of the strokes, and many strokes concentrate on the black pathways. So I think the I'm not so sure about this point.
Does Silent one
kind of part of the problematic of the project is that it becomes graphic as opposed to spatial.
I'm sorry, Emma, what was the word? It becomes what?
Graphic.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of spatial. And so I think Xiao's, it was Xiao, right? Xiao's question is leading towards that. Like it feels like a neglected, like the afterthought. Whereas in the definition of the character, the kind of intensity of the spaces in between is felt.
Well, I think up to here, up to this page, I'm pretty happy to see this one actually, because from here I expect that he pushed it towards the syntax, and I expect him to understand the variations and difference in the different strokes, like the narrow one, the thin one, and the space in between, the transparency, the penetration, separation, layering. I guess maybe 8 weeks is just too short to explore all of that.
The students only have like a couple hours to three-dimensionalize the 2D drawings.
I know, it's such a compressed semester.
Right.
It's very compressed.
Oh yeah.
I was trying my
Making
best
them
to
do
push
like
the
2 forms
students
of
to
analysis, a site and a project.
right.
You guys are like really neat.
I know, I'm driving them crazy.
Yeah,
I know.
I was.
It's a crazy situation.
I got
a crazy situation, yes.
I got a task from Ying to push the students, and I was inspiring the students to to verifying the roof and then just don't make it two-dimensional. And the student was confused, totally lost.
But he's doing pretty good. So does Silent want to pick up on the topographical space, Silent? She was here during the midterm, so. Oh, okay. What about Dongwoo? You want to say something? Oh, Silent is speaking. I can't see everybody.
Can you see me?
Well, you can just talk. I don't. If yeah, we can see you.
So it's interesting to see how this developed from interim, and I think one of the most fascinating thing about calligraphy, Chinese calligraphy, is the flow, the vertical flow. The continuity, but in a vertical direction. So, and how in the end the work is viewed, the canvas is vertical rather than horizontal when it's viewed. So, well, I was just really interested to see maybe this iteration where it starts to go a little bit 3D, but yeah, so that's interesting to me in a translation, and the syntax that's coming out from the analysis. Yeah.
Okay. What about Dongwoo? Do you have something to add?
I think it's just a general comment about this studio that now we're seeing the second student, and now I really feel that it is quite interesting relationship between the calligraphy and the architecture. Especially this student brought up the previous student brought up some the pressures and these type of turning points, and this guy brought up the time factor, and I think Emma also mentioned about velocity. So I think those are quite interesting. That now I realize that actually there are many elements in the Chinese calligraphy that can be translated into the architectural language very easily. I'm not saying that it's actually easy, but the kind of the conceptual matter that they can be translated to each other. So I think it is. I can see that the last iteration is kind of still, there are many levels to be let's say defined, but it's very nice. Like it. Thanks for the project.
Can I share something with you guys?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, so listen. I did this terrible drawing of a nun. I'm embarrassed by it because I have friends who do real nuns, you know. But the essence of the nun is there's a curve and there's a dot. See the dot? Persian letter. So many years ago, I'm going to show you a video because I know how to share a screen. I've been
how to share screen? Let's see.
I've been using Zoom for a while.
那个同学可能先放弃。
小周三丰，你先。
Oh, I can't. You cannot share screen.
Okay,
I'll
ask him.
Only the master can.
No, I'll ask no, everybody can share screen, I think. I'll have the students.
Oh yeah, I can. Okay, here I come. Here I come. I watch this. So, what I'm sharing here, can you guys still see me or just?
Oh yeah.
Yes, we can see the screen. Beautiful.
Okay. So I mentioned that we had my wife's master calligrapher from Iran come to ALN. He came for 3 years, Sina, and so 1 year when he came, he said he wanted to work with nuns. The nun, can you see this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We can see everything.
Okay. So the nun is a very special letter, and the key to it is this dot. See the dot? And he asked everybody, I'm going to show you a film in a second. He asked every person at the workshop up at ALN to find their dot. And because the dot in the nun is kind of your soul. So he said it could be anywhere. It could be your head, it could be your heart, it could be your elbow. Like, what's your dot? And then we did an exercise. Okay, so you see this thing. I'm going to try to move this forward, see if it works. Is it changing now for you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see the
drawing, like the organ pin.
Exactly. Can you see my mouse? Do you see my mouse or no? Okay.
Yes.
So you see this square? We put up a screen and we got everybody to try to find their dot. And then we had light behind, so it made this shadow. And then we started to capture the calligraphy of the dot. So this is all people behind the screen. But what ended up happening is a calligraphy project. And we actually moved the screen. You could see it there a second. Where these are the shadows of bodies in motion. And the shadows, and we kept going, were captured in calligraphy. So this is big body gestures of calligraphy capturing about 30, 40 people finding their dot. And in the end, we got this beautiful drawing. Like that drawing came from about 40 people trying to find, back to here, trying to find their own dot by their body gestures. See the bodies? Each person did that. And then in the end, we got to this amazing space. And it's a drawing. We've used this drawing. In fact, when I had to write a note to our community about the coronavirus, and they asked me, you want an image with it? I said, yeah, I want the image of the nun. This, so we used this image when I wrote the first note to everybody about what we're going to do, you know. And it's a stunning experience. And my point is really the life of capturing your dot and capturing the calligraphy is linked to our space, you know, and not just our individual space, our shared spaces, how we share, because calligraphy is communication.
Mm-hmm.
So how we share between us makes a new kind of space. Anyway, I wanted to share that in relation to the project.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. It's a beautiful video. And I was trying so hard to get students to understand the relationship between drawing and space and time, you know, and the body and hand and mind. And your video just make it crystal clear. So thank you.
Well, but you know, the truth is we're all challenged today with this. I mean, with the, of course, the virus and we moved into Zoom. I mean, it's nuts.
Right.
But we can't forget embodied experience. And I know there's nothing we can do right now. I know that. But man, we cannot forget. We cannot give up the body to this shit. We really can't. We have to remember the body.
I think, like, you know, our studio and the crit is a big hit. Everybody trying to get in to listen to you guys. So, well, okay, we should say congratulations to this student and move on to the next. Thank you. Good work. Let's move on to the next. Who's next? Okay, good. You can begin.
Who is it? Can you please wave?
It's a beautiful girl. I think she's here. Huo Yuxiao. Can you wave? Can you say hi to us?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Can you wave? 挥一下手，让大家。Yeah, she's right there.
Hi. Okay. What's your name?
Oh, my name is Huo Yuxiao.
Nice to meet you, Honey-san.
This is the axonometric drawing of the building's second floor and third floor corridors. And you can see the drawing relation between them. Following the guide of the corridor.
A little bit louder. Speak louder.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
This is Lateran.
Yeah, wait. What are we?
It's the Lateran.
Following the guide of the corridor, the walls on both sides are the facade, which corresponds to the plan. So we could analyze the elements that affect the change of spatial perception through this drawing.
She collapsed the plan and the elevation together on the previous drawing.
And this picture shows how the central corridor divides the building. I think the intersection of the extension lines of the corridor's two solid walls defines the center of the course. On the plan, we can find scores formed by the key elements of the building and the center. The fourth course gradually became smaller in a counterclockwise direction. This trend is hidden in the plan, but we can also see it reflecting in the other part of the courtyard. For instance, these four parts protruding from the courtyard, which also gradually rise in the counterclockwise direction. And for the part of Chinese calligraphy, I chose two characters, Yu and Zhi. These are my analysis of Yu, and I will mainly explain my analysis of Zhi. and how it is transformed into a model, because it's more related to my later design. These Zhi characters are selected from the Wang Sizhi's preface of the Orchid Pavilion. These are 21 Zhi characters in this famous calligraphy work, among which I select some representative ones to work on. The above diagrams analyze the causes of the stable formation of Zhi. The lines in this picture show the direction of ink brush movement when writing. In this diagram, the places where the writing get heavier are highlighted by colors. The triangles in this diagram show the direction of the movement in the stroke lines. Also, what does the space formed by Zhi looks like when putting them in space? After disassembling it in the analysis, I also made a corresponding space prototype of each step's disassembly. This is a pattern of some corner spaces corresponding to the Zhi strokes. According to the weight of this character's point, I further endowed the scale of the corner point space. The trains of lines create the space with implied direction in the model, using methods like semi-enclosure to show the movement in the space. This model displays the corresponding ones. And putting all these pieces together makes this labyrinthine model. This one. So how could we combine Zhi with the design of the building? Firstly, I associate its strokes with the parts in the building. The writing speed of calligraphy could remind the visitors of the velocity of walking on the path. The trains of lines containing words will be transformed into space with direction implication. Some calligraphers add lines while writing based on the original word, which corresponds to the changes of the past. However, besides the lines, the remaining blank parts also are closed and implicated parts. The two parts divided by the lines are connected instead of completely fragmented. In addition, there are thickness changes in the lines. In terms of space, it may be not only in the parts, but also more content. The Zhi involves into a path with exhibitions rising along with the terrain as the building is located on a slope. The above-mentioned path integrates the spaces among the building in the design. When they find the changes of the character patterns conform to the control with common skills in the analysis of Zhi, and these turning points shall be its control points. The forests on the west side, the towns in the distance, and the original old castle are several elements of the site from the monastery's perspective. The new building shall correspond to these side elements, emphasize the dominant role of the monastery and the roles of the side elements in surroundings while engaging the original environment. Therefore, the control points of the building shall be jointly decided by the monastery, forest, the town in the distance, and the old castle. Some kind of connection shall be built on the parts of the original line to enter the building aside from the monastery, and the paths shall connect the main parts in the building. When the visitors walk along the paths of the exhibition, a bleacher would attract them to go out and look out from this direction. This is a control point. We can say that only the west facade of the monastery can be enjoyed from this point through the control lines of this joint. There is a window to remind people of the change of space here. On the other hand, to guide people to look around, to look out to the towns in the distance. Visitors can be here after turning along the path, go out and see monastery before the turning. It shall be a full view of the monastery. We can see this picture. And there is a path connected to the roof at the exit. The visitors will see the old castle first after coming out of the exit, and then see the monastery again after taking a short walk on the roof. After that, they can leave the site from the path beside the old castle. The main path of the building is controlled by these control points. The path is mainly served for visitors, and it contains exhibition spaces, next entrance, temporary exhibition hall, workshop, souvenir shop, and the exit, as well as the main vertical traffic of the building. Just please space on the plan. One interesting thing about Chinese calligraphy is that it could provide the feeling of three-dimensional space from two-dimensional image on the plan. In this building, the path, the path is changing in three-dimensional space, just like this path does more than splitting the space. Some places are for exhibition, some places are for paths, while some places are closely connected with adjacent space. We can say that some places go through the indoor to outdoor and achieve the interaction of both inner and outer space from this picture. This is a courtyard. The path goes through it from the top, and visitors could enter the courtyard from the bottom layer. And when the visitors coming out of the exit, the path extends to the roof. And some rooms are enclosed. Some rooms are enclosed by glasses to emphasize the path and be separated from the path by the round corner. And that's all, thank you.
That's it.
Are you done presenting?
I have finished.
Okay. Anybody have a question or have something to say?
你说那个早点离开的事儿。
And for Professor Shane and Professor Gersten, if you guys need to leave, just feel free. I think it's pretty late. In New York. So
yeah.
The freedom. Leave.
I was interested in this one for La Tourette. I'm sorry I came so late. And what has happened to La Tourette? Because it had the church on one side of the quadrangle, the square, and it had the big wall. Yeah, you can see it in the middle right center, with the chapel out the side and the big blank wall that made a huge facade against the hill. And I was wondering if in the drawing of the calligraphy below that big bar across is somehow representing that wall. And then the whole thing with the corridor, because to go in, you come at the top, you go round, and then you go down a whole sequence of corridors through the public rooms, and then into the church at the back, down way below. And then the floor of the church is set up to drain into a central space. It's an amazing sequence, and then it has the colored chapels in it. And so I was wondering what the operation was here to go to the calligraphic, like it's taken apart the big monumental piece out the side, and then it's taken the courtyard out the other side and sort of spun it. And then the corridor that sort of wove down through the courtyard space and into the base, it's come out and become a separate element in the actual project that seems really almost redundant to the spatial sequence. I don't know. It doesn't have a terminus or the power in 3 dimensions that this masterwork had. Also, it's on the slope. I did like if you go to the drawing at the very end, you do understand that this building is on a slope. I know it's only first year, but it's such a powerful starting point. I just wondered.
移到你的最后一张啊 I'm just trying to have her move to the drawing. 你的那个项目，你的 proposal 移到你的那个
here the circulation compared to what the original building had. It's a huge circulation around and around, and then I don't know if that's an auditorium or what, that it seems to be going around. And I was just wondering how the spatial sequence worked in 3D and how that bar that seemed to block the original design, it was a very big block, very important, dead blank facade, how that registers into the calligraphy and then into this design. Sorry, so, it's late. We can be tired.
No, but Graham, sorry, but I don't know if I heard you right. Is this first year?
Third year,
I believe
actually.
Third year.
Yes.
Oops. Sorry, apologies.
It doesn't really matter that much because it's not so far apart, but it's kind of a stunning set of challenges. I mean, between
La Tourette is huge.
Yeah, between La Tourette and this and the compression and how calligraphy becomes the bridge between La Tourette and this.
Well, the bar across on the top of the calligraphic figure could represent the chapel, the big 3D piece, but it doesn't configure into this final design in the same way. And then also the morphology of the courtyard is disappeared but then the circulation is still going round. The circulation is 3D. It's just very interesting. And then, I don't know. David, over to you.
Well, the final design is missing the element from the ethos. When Corbusier addressed Rome, and in specific the projects of Rome in Vers and Architecture, he did it explicitly through Michelangelo. And for example, the Baths of Diocletian is the model for La Tourette. And in that case, he dealt with that fabric and how Michelangelo dealt with that existing condition. And there, it was a kind of ruined bath that he built into a new program. In La Tourette, it's the rolling countryside of France. And so when Professor Shane references the hilly condition that Corbusier has been elevating off of, how the compression of the building elements float above that in the spaces, Like it's as if this project didn't see, like the way that Michelangelo, that Corb saw through Rome through Michelangelo, this project needs to see through Corb more intensely. And so there's these missing elements that's been referenced in this analysis of the syntax, like where are these kind of strong bars or voids or like courtyards. So then it becomes a problem if the program is inconsequential to the building, which is the antithesis of like La Tourette as a monastery program. It's a communal, like a communal space. So this seems like it needs more development and to be reconsidered with more subtlety.
You know, let me try to offer something to that. I think absolutely, but you see, the challenge that I think you know Graham and Emma and myself are wrestling with is that space. It's enigmatic. It's not authored according to fixed terms. It's meaning La Tourette and these courtyards, the substance of those courtyards is immaterial. You know, and that's the hard part is it's not just the shapes. I mean, it's not the geometry. You know, it's like it's nothing you can put your finger on. You can't say, oh, if I use this geometry, I get the courtyard. You don't. No, it's an elusive thing. And so what I want to say is, you know, part of the enigma, part of the, I mean, like serious existential challenge of architecture is that in a weird way, we set ourselves up. We set ourselves up in a terrible situation. We say, okay, you know, we're gonna, because all we get to do, we get to say, okay, that's gonna be brick, or that's gonna be concrete, or that's gonna be steel, or that's gonna be glass. You know, like light can come in here, and over there is gonna be, you know, wood. But that's not what we're doing at all. We get to articulate all these different substances, but that's not what we're making. We're making space. Space is none of those substances. That's the thing. That's the hard part. It's way more than figure ground. You know, I'm sure, I hope anyway, you guys have heard about figure ground or what is it? Solid void. You know, you learn all this stuff. This is something else. This is an existential condition where we can determine substances. We can say brick or concrete or glass or wood, but we're authoring space. And that is an immaterial substance. It's not, and so think about that. It's like we're gonna write that stuff, but what we're really writing is something else, is space. And that space has to complete humans. It's the other half of us. It's completing us. So it's not to say that space is not literate. It of course is literate, like material is. But its literacy is human. It's deeply human. And the reason I'm going here is to say the shape of any of these things you're analyzing, the shape of it is not it. It's space. And that space is about how humans experience it. it's half of us and we're half of it. And that's the hardest part of architecture. It's a reciprocal conversation. And if we don't, if we think it's shapes, we're done. We get to action, adventure, Hollywood bullshit. You know what I mean? We get to like, oh, look at these shapes. It ain't shapes. It's a conversation. It's as nuanced as us as humans talking.
To that point, I thought that from the projects that we've seen so far, the first student, Tom, was the most nuanced in his assessment of the characters, because he had that grasp of taking the character in both the individual authorship in terms of how the stroke was formed and what it meant to then put that character, or to take like the character apart and put it in the context of a sentence or a prose structure, and how that environment of the character then inflected it. So it is this kind of larger
Absolutely.
thing at work.
Please remind me, Emma, was that the one that had the pressurization of the eyes?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Stunning.
I do. There are a lot of comments regarding to the Latourette, but even aside from it, and first of all, I do appreciate how I forgot her name, but sorry, but the students' effort of trying to combine the sequence of the circulation and the viewing points, and how she wanted to merge them into a experience of the space. But what I want to see more in this project is that there are a lot of, let's say, like stairs or ramp or ramp stairs. The width of the passage changes, and some are gray, some are not gray, some are white. So I think those are they have to be very carefully defined. And instead of coloring the corridor, we have to, maybe it's related to what David was saying about, in the end, it's about space. So it's not about just filling the color in the surface that we like, but we should be able to read the corridor as a space in the end. So basically, the corridor is not made by the color, but made by the slabs and walls and some other things that forms the corridor. So maybe that's something that that I'm not seeing at this moment in the drawing, at least the ones that you presented. So again, I think that there are a lot of potentials, and I think I can see the intention, but at the same time, it's important to understand what things can be developed further from this moment on. So yeah, that's something that I would like to mention.
I'm going to repeat something I said earlier, though. I think it's kind of an overwhelming. I honestly, I got to learn. I don't even know what it means. That this amount of work, you guys are sitting alone, and you create an insane amount of work. Like honestly, like listen, I teach in a lot of schools. I teach in like 6 schools, and I have students in RISD right now. I have 9 thesis students in RISD, and basically for the last 3-4 weeks, since this stuff started over here, they haven't made a drawing, not one. And I don't blame them. I say that, I celebrate that. Like, we have been talking online, like in this stuff, the Zoom stuff, we've been having conversations, and most of them are about the fact that the spatial situation they're in is this incredible crisis relative to their ability to realize the global crisis. It's not just biologic. The biologic crisis is going to end. The systemic waves are much bigger than the biologic, right? The economic, social, political. There's a new politics embedded. The seeds of it are in this rupture.
Right.
And so we have been having conversations about all these layers. And I have 9 thesis students, maybe 6 of them are frozen, meaning have not made a mark in a month. I have like 2 or 3 that are kind of still trying to draw in their room, you know, but most of them. And I'm not pushing them. I'm not saying, hey, you better do your work, you know. I'm saying, okay, let's freeze together. Let's you know. So we did an exercise. What is today? Friday, Wednesday. We did an exercise. I said, okay, this is on fucking Zoom. It's not like we're together. It's on this. I said, let's put bandanas, you know, over our eyes. Let's cover our eyes, because we're in the dark. We don't know what's going to happen. Nobody does. Nobody knows what's happening next week, next month. It's a complete, you know, foreshortening of the future.
Right.
And I said, so let's try to run together in the dark.
Right. I think really because the efficiency of the work really depends on the, you know, the psychology pressure.
Right.
We were in New York for 2 months and we didn't do anything. We are like so guilty for the other clients. And so we have to, you know, we have to release the pressure to work. I think totally understand, you know, after we came back to China and then, you know, we start to, you know, follow up, you know, something. It's just, you know, we are humans.
Well, but I think once there is work, it must be amazing work, because there's, you know, accumulation of thoughts in the freezing moment. So it should be deeper than any other work in any other period.
Oh, I totally agree.
David, I'm only doing a seminar, but I do the crits with Kate in the urban design, and they work in teams always. And what I've seen is something very different, that people can work collectively on projects in a way that was not possible before. And also in my seminar, there's 23 people, there's supposed to be 12. I know them better individually because of this crisis. I mean, I knew them in the class. I had half a semester with them, but now I have group meetings with them, and, you know, they are just faces on the screen, but they are people I know. And there's a collective dynamic that I find, I mean, I know it's counterintuitive, but I'm finding it really exciting. And it is digital, but it's not smart city. It's augmented. It's like there's still a spatial sense that these people are still dealing with, and a life that they're still dealing with, that is coming through in a new kind of augmented way. And I think I'm finding that, you know, I'm mourning the loss of friends and so on, but at the same time, there's this glimmer of a new world that I'm finding very exciting. And I can imagine your students also getting a glimmer of that world with bandanas on. I mean, it's amazing.
100% agree. You know, Graham, I got to tell you, not only do I agree, I'm sorry, Ying, we're going to ramble on here a second, but not only do I agree that I have found extraordinary experiences of deep empathy with, you know, with the situation where, you know, we're together apart. I mean, you know, everybody's in their own house and we're all together. And I've had incredible experiences with the students I've already known, like with people I've worked with. Yeah. But I've also, you know, in some of the work we do here at ALN, which is a lot of it is in the hood. I mean, to be blunt, you know, we work in downtown situations.
Right.
And it is unbelievable what's happening. Like, because as anybody who knows, this is the economic wave is coming. It's already here. And
global. In China
global,
too.
Global economic wave, like nothing any of us have ever seen. And I have been absolutely stunned by the level of empathetic depth and reciprocity with the neighborhoods that I work in, here in my old neighborhood and globally. There's a new politics in this. There really is, and there's a massive suffering right now. And honestly, I have restructured the mission of my organization to address the immediate circumstances. You know, I know there are very large transformations to come, and I have my eye on those as well. But right now, my whole mission of my organization, Arts Letters Numbers, the whole mission is how to help people who are about to be very hungry. Because I have a lot of our community is facing extreme hunger right now. And so our operations have totally shifted in the last month to try to focus on the emergency that we face. But I'm also extremely hopeful that this emergency, like how we address it, will lead to a new mission and a new politics out of it. You know, so we are reorganizing all of our operations to deal with the fact that, not the biological, I know that, everybody knows that. I know the truth is more than that. The truth is millions of people are hungry. That's the truth already. And it's going to get worse. And so that's what we're working on. But it does not mean that the question, by the way, of calligraphy and the body and language and social, political, is absolutely linked to these. That's how we find the future. We find the future through that.
Great point. So anybody else have comment about this work, or we can just move on to the next student?
Let's see another project.
Yeah, let's see another project. And Professor Shane and Professor Gersten, if you need to leave, just feel free. You know,
I have to go.
Yes, thank you for coming. You know, the intellectual support. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the intellectual support over the years. Thank you. We'll talk more.
Thank you, Ying. I love what you're doing, and it's so great to see you, Emma and Michael.
It's wonderful to see you.
Yeah, we will do a cocktail afterwards. Online cocktail. Okay.
Great to see you.
See you, Professor David Gersten. Bye-bye.
Good evening as well.
Bye. Okay, bye-bye, Dongwu. Thank you for coming.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Okay.
Bye-bye.
We'll do more. All right, bye-bye.
Okay, next student.
The next student, Deng Zhihao.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. Shall I begin now?
Yes, yes.
Well, good morning, dear professors, dear juries, and my name is Zhichao Deng, and I'm very happy to give you a presentation about my research and design. Okay, the first part is also about Lateran Monastery. And the first analysis is the site analysis, and this is the map, the set plan. There were two buildings. The first one is the old monastery, and this one is the Lateran Monastery by Le Corbusier. And so the first thing I do is to overlap the plan of Acropolis to overlap it on the map. So then I found that actually Le Corbusier designed the whole building according to the ancient rules of how the architecture looking at each other in the Greek Acropolis. So it's like a very ancient architectural rules about sightseeing, about the view relationship. So well, later I will talk about how I also obey these rules to organize my own architecture. So this is the first thing about the site. And then my research go into this architecture, and this is the plan. I began to do some research about the individual scale, about the modular of this architecture. I found that Le Corbusier used the dormitory's dimension, and this is a little dormitory, the single room. Is 1.83 meters, and I used it to form this grid and put all the big spaces into this grid. And I found that no matter how regular they are, or maybe nonlinear or special they are, or how big they are, they actually all just follow this grid. They all follow this individual scale, this individual dimension. So, and what's more is like, although this, for example, although this is a canteen, it's a very public big spaces, but actually we could look into the columns, and even in the section, we could look at the beams. We could find that Le Corbusier actually were using some architectural elements to hint the existence of the individual dimension, the individual scale. It's like you could always feel the existence of this individual dimension, because you could see this is one or two individual scale between the columns. So all this architecture, no matter it's big or small, all the spaces are actually organized and ruled by this dimension. And this is the sections, and it's the same conclusion. So I try to express this idea. I defined that 1.83, which is the perfect height of a man in Le Corbusier's opinion. So I defined this 1.83 as a unit. Then I marked down all the spaces that is smaller or just equal to 1 unit. And this is the first layer. And then I try to mark some bigger spaces that is about 2 units. Maybe it's like a space for 2 people to meet or to live in, to have some conversations. And then it's the big spaces. Then are the big spaces more than 3 units. And they are public spaces like the canteen, like the church. So I got a diagram like this. It showed how this little 1.83 individual scale organized the whole space. And this is the 3rd floor. I also do it in 2nd floor, 4th floor, and I interpreted them into 3D model. And it shows that it's really obvious that Lateran Monastery could be divided into 3 parts by scale. So the first one is the really small spaces like dormitories, and it's really restricted to 1.83 meters. And then there are some big public spaces. This is the third floor. It's like maybe like a public space in the city, and the last one is the sacred spaces, the religious spaces, which is all the spaces about the church. So the conclusion is that although Lateran Monastery have lots of different kind of spaces, but actually all the dimensions are defined by 1.83 meters. So, and also Poughkeepsie used some elements to show that to us. So maybe that could explain why when you are in Lateran Monastery, you always feel a sense of introspection, sense of self-examination, maybe because of this scale thing. So this may be the reason. And the second part is about the, The second part is about the calligraphy. I chose the character Wu, this character, which means nothingness. It's a really significant concept in Chinese philosophy and religious. So I tested lots of things, but then I focused on how the strokes of calligraphy create a sense of tension. So like the first diagram show, there's some tensile curves. I used the tensile curves to show this tension, to reveal this tension. And after the first try, I also analyze lots of other characters and make a systematic catalog. So we could find that the catalog shows that this tensile force not only exists between the strokes, but also exists within the strokes, between the strokes, and also between the characters, between the lines, between the passages. So in the midterm, I extracted several characters from a passage, just like the upright diagram show is apart from a passage. And then I try to use this tensile syntax to interpret them into tensile curves, and it really looks like a strange face in it. It's like a skyscraper or like a tower. So I made it into a 3D model, and this one is the section of this skyscraper, this tower, and this is the rendering. So I found that the space is really like a spiral space, but it's not really a spiral. It's actually the tensile curves between the strokes and within the strokes to shape the space into this strange space. And also I'm gonna use this kind of syntax into my project. So the third part is about my project. As Lateran Monastery keeps reminding us about the individual scale, reminding us about to look into ourselves, to do some self-examinations. So I think, well, in calligraphy is quite opposite. In calligraphy, it is more about the relationship between each parts. The big spaces are actually created by the tensile curves between the strokes. So it's like the tensile curves bring the outside space into the character. Also the site is really in a beautiful landscape. So I'm thinking about use this language to make an architecture to bring the outside world, bring the nature into the whole architecture. So, so that's what you can see in the big rendering. So it's like the architecture is distributed into the landscape and has a strong relationship with the forest. And this architecture is made up of several small spatial joints, some spatial points. And the function, just as this function and the program, the circulation, learn something from the ancient Chinese. Is it okay? Can you listen to me? Oh, okay. So so learn something from the ancient Chinese temple, so which turns out to be a circulation like that, and there are several points. So then put it into the site. the site, there is the landscape is a valley. It's a small valley and a lake. The valley just slightly going down to this lake, and the laterite is just facing this direction. So I choose several very interesting points in this valley, and these points all have some eye contacts to the old monastery and the laterite monastery, and yeah, according to the rules of Acropolis. And then I create a path to go through all these points and to manufacture the landscape, to do some manufacture landscape to along this route to force the basis of the architecture. And then I just interpreted all these points to use the, just like this diagram shows, to use this syntax of calligraphy to create the spaces. And between the spaces, I use some like ramps to combine them together to like make a sense of the calligraphy. Yeah, this is the section. And also, sorry. So like the architecture is actually two parts because it's learned from the Asian Chinese religious space. So it's a Oriental meditation space, but also according to the laterite monastery, because you know there are lots of visitors every day to this building. So my architecture should also serve laterite monastery as a visitor center. So the program has two parts. One is meditation space, another is the visitor center. So I think for the meditation spaces, they are just the points in the landscape, and they should be combined deeply with the landscape. So I put them down to the ground. It's like a spiritual anchor to the ground. Well, the other, like the little perspectives shows, there are the visitor center spaces, and they focused more on the communication with the laterite, and they are all floating. They are all floating over the meditation spaces, because if they are floating, they could be more. It could be more easier for us to get eye contact with laterite monastery, and so their communication will be more obvious and efficient. So and the upper parts, the visitor center used some concrete and iron gauze. It's like an ironware to let the plants grow on the architecture to make it blend with the nature. And the lower part is the meditation path. So all the points in this meditation path is made of some curved glass, and all the curve are actually according to the calligraphy, and use them to create some individual meditation spaces to show you in the, show you in this picture. It's like this. It's a simple one. It's all the curved glass made of some individual spaces according to the grade of 1.83 meters. And also the glass could help the surface to reflect all the nature outside of the building, to bring them in, like to bring in the skylights to blend with the nature. And also I want to use this glass to make the sense of floating, as I just said. Yeah, so and also the landscape between this glass-made meditation spaces are also like should be according to the tensile lines, and to make the whole architecture syntax to make them to a whole. Yeah, and there are also some like rendering about like the models of how the architecture looks like without the trees, because the architecture is all in the trees, so it's really hard to see it through perspectives. Yeah. So I also made some pictures for you to show it. Okay, thank you for your listening. That's all for my presentation.
Okay, thank you. And let's see our professors, and what do we think of this project? And He starts from the personal scale of Latourette, and he's seeing Latourette through the Acropolis, the principle of the Acropolis and Pantheon. So very close to you, Emma. You know, you mentioned Diocletian, and he's in Greece, and you're in Rome.
And Diocletian is in Rome.
Yes, but he's in Greece. He's in Athens.
So that's
Yeah,
what I think there's some like astute pairings and methods that are embedded in pieces of the project. And one of those is to have the reference of the Acropolis and to have that overlaid on Latourette. The Acropolis is a sequence in a dramatic setting that is all about these pieces rotating both in relation to the natural landscape, what's beyond it on the hills beyond, and how one approaches the site and then moves through the site and navigates those parts so that you encounter one and at the same time you're looking beyond the other piece. And that seems like it would directly apply to the final proposal in terms of both how it's being kind of elongated through a hillside and the fact that he said that there are spatial nodes and joints that are the more activated moments, and that they would talk to like the language of using the Acropolis as a reference point paired with Latourette. The other thing that I was interested in was the means by which he sought to take an observation about the kind of very individualized and the modular scale of Corbusier, and how he sought to draw that in a plan form in plan.
Yeah, I was amazed about that. You know, that's wonderful.
In the layering. So there was an implicit idea about the section that was evoked through a plan drawing that I thought was very interesting, because it was talking about a language of a plan implying action, and it gave it kind of like a spatial drama. So when you reach the final proposal, what I think is interesting when you look at pieces of the plan, like when you would zoom in and you would see these moments, it's like you could read both theories because it's dealing with section and elevation, and then these parts responding to each other over a landscape, and to so directly connect it with a kind of infrastructural idea of ramps, I think disempowered the spaces in between, so that there was nothing implicit. Like each piece couldn't react to each other. They were just like connected, you know, in a very direct way. So there's no implicit kind of feeling to it. And then that circumvented the whole idea of it being in the landscape. So then you drop glass walls and call it a meditation space. You know, there's something that that's where it loses its focus. So it had all of the right ingredients, but like the soup just didn't cook long enough because you only had 8 weeks. Yeah?
It's a little bit undercooked, I know. Yeah. But yeah, you only got 8 weeks.
The student, sorry, I forgot the name. But Dune.
Yeah.
Dune? Dune. Yes. No, there's
Dong.
Sorry, Dong. Very interesting moments, and obviously a sensibility on like what to focus on and how to look at it. And then it just kind of feels like after that there's just like some missing pieces at the end. Like
I think it's a really that's a lovely analysis. I think it's a beautiful structured piece, but I agree with you. It unfolds into the landscape and sort of disappears, and you can't tell like where the three-dimensional spaces, which I guess are in the nodes, how they relate to the individual glass cells. it made me think about, is it Sana, the Japanese group that made the passageways, the glass passageways?
Yeah,
the
Grace Farm. The Grace Farm, right?
The Grace Farm. So it made me think of that and how you get from the Grace Farm to La Tourette. It's a huge jump. And so I want to know more about Wu. I felt like you didn't really explain. I mean, you don't have to, but it was a big gap in the middle there. With the Wu, I didn't really see the figure as a calligraphic element, how you related that back to Corb, and then how you unfolded it into the landscape. In fact, it doesn't really matter because you made something beautiful at either end, but the middle piece would have been very interesting to know a lot more about. And I thought actually that when you took apart the La Tourette into the elements, I thought you were going to go somewhere completely else and start collaging the elements. You had one drawing that was a black and white drawing with 3 layers. It was a tiny drawing. Yeah, there it is in the middle, to the right of that. Who's got the cursor? To the right. That, oh, you took it out the corner. This drawing down here, the bottom left, down a bit to the right, to the right. It's up in the, stop. It's in the corner. I love this drawing here, this top right corner. Like, what is that? That's pieces of La Tourette. No, go back to the corner. Top
which
right.
corner? Top right.
You put your cursor in the middle here.
Oh, this one.
To the right of that. It's a little tiny, up, no, down. I can't believe you can't see it. It looks like a bar with 3 little feet, and then it's got a cut through it, and then there's another bar in the middle. Yeah, you're right. Just stay still. It's the one on the right, not that one, to the right.
To the right. Wait, sorry.
There's a part. No, to the right, in the middle there. Oh, I hate this.
Oh, you can use the pen.
That one there. Stop. There. Your cursor's on it, your little hand. I thought that was what you were going to do.
Oh, you're talking about the calligraphy. Oh
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, but it's calligraphy, but it's also your building elements. Yeah. Something has come through from your building elements. And so the calligraphy is over in the bottom right, more one column over. You have the calligraphy bouncing about. But here you're playing it against the Corbusian elements. And I was thinking, oh my God, he's going to explode them in 3D some weird way. And we're going to go that way because Corb is so 3D. But in fact, you flip it over and go horizontal into the landscape because you've got the picturesque vistas and the Corb approach up the Acropolis and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? So I saw another moment I found that drawing by your little hand there very, very exciting. I don't know quite how you got it. I'm sort of intuiting all sorts of things about it. Yeah, that one is an amazing drawing. And what I like about it is it has the flow and the energy of the calligraphy. And it's what you're going to come through with the corridors. And then it has the big spaces, and then it's got the module. So you've got all 3 things playing against each other, but it's not unfolded into the landscape, which is your later move. So I was curious about, and then you were also talking about the spiral of the space inside the courtyard in La Tourette, which would have bound it together in a kind of way, which you don't have in the landscape. So I thought there were fantastic things in your analysis. You only had 3 weeks, is pretty amazing. But in a way, you escaped from the intensity of the calligraphy that you had going into the landscape. It released it out in certain ways, but I know Emma was saying the same thing, that you lost something in the cooking, But I still think that analysis and that was amazing. And the three parts, the more private, the public, and then the monumental, it was very, very important. And the spiral, the ramp. So yeah, tell me about Wu. Not laugh.
Tell more about the meaning behind the character.
The meaning.
Nothingness.
Nothingness. It's like always hard to explain in English because
tell through your project.
Well, nothingness. Sorry.
How did you do it in your project? Where is the Wu in your project?
I mean, how do I like use the idea of a Wu?
Your final proposal. How does it show?
Okay. Sorry, let's go back. Well, I think in my final project is more about, I think I focused more about the tensile analysis. So I think about all the things in that way. So actually it's all derives from these images. Because I find is, I think the nothingness maybe means something in between. It's not architectural spaces, it's just it's life in between, and all these spaces. How could the nothingness created all of them? Is maybe because do you mean you want me to talk about this picture? Or?
Oh, I just
no,
like this emptiness, the eraser in here. I like this drawing.
Yeah, it's just at that time I just want to test if I could use the grade to, I want to cut down all the ordinary parts. It's like all the parts that is within the strokes, and they are all in the grade. And what's very important to the calligraphy is the parts left in this diagram is the start, the end, and something that is out of the grade. I think it's some relationship between the Lateran monastery, like these two diagrams. So that was what I was thinking about when I drew this. And actually,
the interesting thing is that you don't really show the calligraphic figure. You show, I mean, I'm not sure what it is. I understand what you're saying, actually. Without it, it's really weird that you're interested in the interstitial, the space in between, the void that gets pulled in and tense and so on. But you're using it, but you don't actually show the figure that it came from and why you chose that gestural figure, which is, but it comes actually from your analysis more than from the figure. In a funny way, I think it's fine. It's just different than what we've been seeing before. Let's say, I don't know. And I can see above your head I have you in the bottom right-hand corner. Oh no! But I go back to the whole. What did I do? I touched the screen, and now I see you.
It's right next to you.
I got the wrong one. Now I see the screen behind him. But anyway, I'm going to keep quiet. Someone else should talk. I thought it was a very beautiful project. How it quite got there, and could have been cooked more. Okay, only 3 weeks. Thank you. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I was trying to see. I mean, the interesting thing about his project is it begins with analyzing the personal scale in Lateran. It makes me understand or certain Lateran is about the personal search, the spiritual personal passage. So he actually, in his proposal, he kind of converted into like small scale small-scale spatial spaces along the landscape. So I think that's kind of amazing. But like, you know, in the end, the architectonic needs more.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I think, you know, he's a good student, dedicated. He's gonna work more. I believe he's gonna work more afterwards.
Right.
No, it could develop.
I
Yeah.
encourage him to work more afterwards.
Actually, I really want to work more because we just read.
Nice.
Yeah,
Great student, right?
For the last 3 days, you did nothing but for rendering and the boards, right?
Yeah.
For the last 3 days.
More time.
Almost.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Anybody else have comments or?
Actually, I think the scale is a really strong starting point, and I think it would be really great if you could think of how can you kind of combine this kind of thought on the scale to later how the tensions are stretched between different spaces, like how you are analyzing the space from the personal to the public. I think maybe just reconsider in your proposal how the space stretch from the intimate space to personal space to social space and then to public space, and maybe this will form different topologies of the tensional space or stretched space, and maybe they are kind of overlapping each other or they are including each other, like overlapping stretched surfaces. And I think that may be a good combination point between your analysis and your proposal.
Okay, thank you.
What about Silin? Do you have something to add, Silin? Silin. Okay. I think she's gonna be back. Let's see another student, and thank you, Professor Shane, for coming to support us in this extreme time.
Right.
And the students are all very encouraged.
Well,
so,
stay safe.
That was a great project, and yeah, I'm going to sign out too. Thank you for inviting me. Okay. Take care. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye.
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 Bye. And bye. And Emma and Michael have to stay. Xiao and Solin have to stay.
Yeah, we're here until midnight.
Okay. Good. Thank you. So let's switch to another student, and you know, students and teachers can just take break if you need, like bathroom breaks. Okay. Next person.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Do we start now or we have a break?
Yeah. You can begin. Just begin.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Wu Pei.
Let's speed up a little bit. Yes.
Okay. So about the first part, the historic analysis, the classical architecture is the Barcelona Pavilion by Mies. The first analysis is about the relevance of the grids between the pavilion and the city, the urban surroundings. So, and the grid is defined by the four classical pillars called the Gadaluna pillars in the center of the plaza, and this defines the classical grid of the whole area, and we can tell that the Barcelona Pavilion fits right with this grid. And the second is the inside order of the pavilion, and the walls have a relation in the direction with the surrounding buildings, like this is a textile mill, old textile mill, and the center of the mill is right in it's in the same line with several walls of the pavilion, and this grid formed by the 8 pillar Lonely pillar left in the original site has some relevance with the shape of the pavilion. And another argument is about the definition of space in the Barcelona Pavilion, because it is totally different from those architecture pattern with single rooms. The Barcelona Pavilion, the walls inside the Barcelona Pavilion are not enclosing several spaces. So the definition of space is multiple and vague. For example, we can define the space by the corner or by 2 parallel walls together. So there are many different types of spaces generated in the Barcelona Pavilion. And in this picture, I'm going to I try to see how the space would collapse with several walls removed from the pavilion. And this picture is this picture is the from all the research above, I find a special vocabulary of space in this pavilion, that is the Z shape, which means a turning of the axis in every move. You see, when people go inside the pavilion, they need to first go along this axis and then move to this axis and then next. So people have to change several directions, and that is the miracle of the space inside the pavilion. So you see, people can interact with the space rather than just go along one direction. And about the site analysis, I chose to have my building located in the Parc de Miro, which is just in between the one modern sculpture by Milo and one modern building by Richard Rogers, and that is quite similar to the context of the Barcelona Pavilion, which set in a very classical surrounding, and while I'm going to fit with this modern surrounding with 2 buildings. And the second part is about the calligraphy, focus on the structure and rhythm. First, I study on one single character called Hua, which means the blossom of vegetation, so vigorous vegetation. And you can see the calligrapher Wang Xizhi uses several parallel lines to set the order, set the structure of the character, and then uses some curves, some free curves to break that order. And next, in the study of the chimney clearing after snowfall, that is a well-known work by Wang Xizhi, the same calligrapher. I study the rhythm and time order, the movement in writing the work. You see, the I record the time in writing this work and expand the movement in lines. However, this is just this shows the time order, but since the tour the writing brush is always rotating when the calligrapher writes the work, so this the steps is always reversed. For example, in one character bu, which means no, in several我想问一下笔画怎么说来着？我突然忘记了。
Stroke.
Oh, okay. The several strokes are always going in different in the opposite direction. So you see the line is not going in one direction. It sometimes reverses to the opposite direction. And I use some curves and boxes to express that. And here is the rhythm and is a sheet of calligraphy and waves of calligraphy in showing the time in writing that work. And okay. And I find that this line can be compared to the past in people's movement in the architecture. You see, the strokes are always vertical towards the brush. So that means people's movement in the architecture, especially in Chinese gardens, maybe so the sections are always vertical to people's movements. That is to say, what matters may not be the plan, but the section in the traditional gardens. And especially the formal section would become the facade of the next section. So in Chinese gardens, there are many layers in people's paths, and so those multiple layers always reveal transparency, which is very famous in the modern architecture theory. And here is my project based on the theories above. And first, this project is have several arguments. First is the section. We talk about the section in Chinese gardens. So I borrowed the idea of section from Mies' plan. It's like we can tell the Z shape in Mies' plan could also be used in the section in height. So if the floors are floating and the walls are always free, people can meet. Sides can meet in different heights, so it creates more possibility for this section. And another argument is about the program stacking. It's about creating a garden which can connect the street and also the park. The park is full of park trees, but the street is a main road piled up with cars. So it is a linkage between two ecosystems. So I'm thinking about how to make the gardens inside the Chinese gardens connect and become a linkage between those two ecosystems. There are several kinds of topology methods like folding and lifting or rotating. So I chose the lifting method, to lift the several parts of the garden to let people go inside and go out, to cross that in to go through my building inside the to the park. And the third argument is about the site itself. Site is in the middle of two grid systems. One is the Barcelona planning system and it's a classical grid system. It is in the middle, so I have to deal with the main axis as well as the grid of the Barcelona planning. So I try to make some moves on the shape of the architecture, like enclosing or cutting and stacking. But I think enclosing is more it's more suitable for my project for the section and layers. So here so my work is totally generated from several sections. The pictures above are the idea sections. I first draw all the sections, and then I may move them or extrude them to make all these floors and walls. And in studying the section, I chose several garden types, like the sunken garden, the interior garden, the exterior garden, and the roof garden. So I list them, so I make them generate with each other to form the center of the garden inside. And here is the final section. You can compare with the ideal one. And for example, this in this room is a classroom, but it can but when people are working inside, they can see what people in this exhibition are doing. So people's sides can cross with each other. And that's all. Thank you.
That's it?
Yeah.
Are you done? Okay, yeah. I would have to say it's a beautiful project. Michael, say something. It's your project. It's the miss. We need to fight, Michael.
Hey,
argument. Bring it on.
I'm sorry. Can we have the student's name again?
What's her name? Wu Pei. Wu Pei. Pei. Just Pei. Yeah. Michael, we need to have the discussion, the argument back in school days. We need to fight on this script. It's a tradition.
Well, while you formulate your thoughts, I'll first off, Pei, like your analysis of the city is wonderful, and it's why one participates in juries, because there's an expectation not only to critique a project, but also to learn something in the process. And your investigation of Barcelona and the order in which Mies derived a kind of rhythm for his structure from the latent conditions of the city is something that I was unaware of, and I'm very happy to know. So thank you, Pei. That was
Yeah.
It's incredibly interesting, and I think it applies to many of Mies's projects. So it's also, I think, applicable to the Seagram's building and the structure of the columns that have to do with the kind of lot size of the New York urban fabric, the historic urban fabric. So I'm very happy to have seen that. And your gravitation towards citing your project between these two pivotal moments of Moreau and using that void as a kind of interstitial garden is very provocative. And it speaks to the kind of arts program that's embedded in the Miesian project. The pavilion centers around this moment where you have the reflecting pool in the courtyard and the statue. And then, to have to understand that also that artistic aspect of the Barcelona pavilion, and then to cite your response relative to that with this kind of modern artist located just in proximity to Mies's project is wonderful. I think you set yourself up with like two like astute figures of the art and architecture world. So you gave yourself quite a challenge, no? And so maybe you need a little more Moreau in the final end of the proposal. You know, it's
Yes.
like, you see the two poles of it on each side, and you want like, you know, it's very structured, and it's very intentional, and it's very attuned to the parameters of the project. So there needs to be a little bit of breaking of the rules, you know, like a little bit of that moment of where something acts against something. And I think that's where the garden program does come in, because it's like, it's using the idea of a public garden space between these two to function, or to kind of draw them together and to unite them against this kind of hard artery of a traffic bound perimeter. But like, I would want to see a little bit more figuration within the architecture itself, a little bit more playfulness that maybe has a relationship to some of the elements of the site, and those being the artistic elements.
I thought there was an opportunity in that in your calligraphy analysis, which for me was one of the most interesting of the analysis of the calligraphy so far, particularly the one drawing of the rhythms, which looks like a heartbeat, you know?
Yes.
Where you essentially, like, you were trying to establish an idea of rhythm, which is, and the reason I was interested in it is that it's the first one I've seen that didn't look at, let's say, the formal characteristics of the figure itself, but the way that figure unfolds when you're actually writing it.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. It was crazy.
Which,
like,
yes, but that you're
so
like,
that you go to the spatial component of the,
right,
you know, like
that the space is something that is made by you while you're drawing it, while you're working it, you know, which is it's a very hard thing to translate something like calligraphy to architecture, and I think you have to have a way of thinking of
like a non-graphic,
a non-graphic way of
means,
thinking
because
of it.
like the whole idea of just a direct translation is where it falls apart.
But that drawing I thought was like extremely interesting and very applicable to the site you chose in the end, because of, for the reasons that Emma was talking about, that you have two poles that are both extremely strong figures, and what you're trying to deal with is like a rhythm between the two. And so when Emma was talking about, let's say, like playful elements that start to act in between there, I thought this drawing has some ways of thinking about that, because you have the hard elements of the rhythm that are sort of negotiated by the blips that unfold between them, you know? And so I think there's maybe ways of thinking about the architecture as being all of these little playful moments that are set to a rhythm that work between these two poles.
We can't tell if you're smiling or not, because we can only see your earphones and your eyes.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful project that she actually overlapped the two grids. And I also learned from her that this project was actually based on the, you know, the grid of the palace.
I know, that's fascinating. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Right. From the antiquity, and that was based on that. So she actually had the grid, and she actually also had the grid of the super quadrant of Barcelona. She overlapped the two grids, and she flipped Miss Plan 90 degrees to be a section, to see the sectional possibilities of the ambiguity in Miss Plan and how does it apply to section. So what I want from her is that she can push more on the architectural language of the, you know, of the openness. I actually like the section that she did after, you know, of her proposal, like the last row of drawings. And I mean, the whole process is amazing. She can just push more.
If the statue was in the plan, the statue's got to be in the section.
Right.
So important to the Barcelona pavilion. it's positioned in such a way, you know, that's why I invented this. It's very important about how it's positioned in that pavilion and what it's looking at, what it's shielding itself from, you know. So it's just, there are other things that it's playing with. And so I think like the analysis of the grid, the analysis of the rhythm of the calligraphy are both so precise. And the only thing that's missing is that like that other element that sets in there with it, that turns away from it, that looks, you know, that does that acts in a different way.
But I mean, it's really coherent.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in Pei, you have wonderful drawings and a wonderful way of working through your drawings, and then expressing, you know, like, I mean, it's very clear.
Yeah, I mean, if she have more time to work on the project, or if she's willing to work on the project more, I hope the heartbeat is inside, you know, she can bring the heartbeat inside.
Yeah, I mean, the heartbeats, it's like,
we need the heartbeat. We need the emotional, expressive section.
The lines of the calligraphy analysis, it just has to go through to the final.
She decided, she wanted to do so, but maybe she ran out of time. So I encourage to work more afterwards.
Hey, that was wonderful. Thank you. You're
have more to say?
Oh, okay. I can hear you.
What about Celine and Xiao? Do you guys have more to say? Okay, we can just move on to the next person because we're running out of time. Let's try to, you know, cover everybody with great comments. Okay, next person. Thank you. Great work. Congratulations. Next person.
Okay.
How do they all have these fantastic backgrounds?
Like some of them are.
Hello, teachers. My name is Shengnong, and here's a brief collection of my previous study. So it also made up of 3 parts. First, the study of Barcelona Pavilion, and also the study of Chinese character Hua, and then my project. And so the first thing is about context. On the Nori plan, you can notice an axis full of neoclassical architectures, including the museums and pavilions arranged according to principle of symmetry in 1929 World Expo. And as we know, the grid system in Barcelona is approximately 110 meters multiplied 110 meters, which is 100 times the grid on the floor of Barcelona Pavilion. So I extended grid of the Barcelona Pavilion to the Nori plan, and I covered the city with, and I covered the old city's texture. And so the grid interact with the grid of the city with a diagonal angle. And using the new grid, I hatched the different functional volumes in the city, like the residential blocks and the recreational blocks, and also the ecological blocks. And as I hatched the different units in the city, I gradually discovered some control lines, which organically vegetated from the World Expo Park region and extended to the old part of the city. And so it occurs to me that before the 1929 World Expo held in Barcelona, that part of the city, without any legible texture, just mixed with the rest of the city context ambiguously. But after the urban planning and construction, or we can say poetic construction, it overlapped a new system of grids onto the top of the old city system. And I manipulated from 2 directions. From the inside out, we can see the middle grid grid of brick extended to its surroundings, interacted with the 8 ionic columns set outside and in front of the pavilion. And I explored a relationship between the 8 steel columns in the pavilion, and also with the 8 ionic columns out the pavilion. There indeed seems to be some subtlety in terms of the line of sight and also the ratio of column distances. And so after manipulating from inside out, I checked the outside in. In turn, I extended the grid system of Barcelona Pavilion, the 110 multiply 110 meter grid formulated by the residential units in the city. And as it gradually enclosed the surrounding of Barcelona Pavilion, the 2 grid system form the intersection, which is here. And I tend to choose as my site position. And also other street sections can tell the subtlety of this site position. And so I'm intrigued with the topic of discovering overlap system and find its intersection part. I define my site as an archive for the city, a site that has witnessed 3 times of overlap. That is, 0 times before 1929, the impactful 1929 World Expo till now, and also now to the future. And also the next one is calligraphy part. I chose the Chinese character Hua. As an extension of previous work, I focused more on the control line or control points in the Chinese character. So I did some work such as a study of the pivot point trail and also the brick of control frame along the evolution process of this character. And I also learned from the Qigong golden section frame of calligraphy, Qigong Jiezilü, which combined the Western golden proportion into the old Chinese 9-square grid. And I manipulated the character in 9 separate squares and find its magnetism with the boundaries. And I also did some work on the study of oblique rotation in Chinese calligraphy, 机正相生, that is, when it was in Shang Dynasty, the control line of the ancient inscription tends to be horizontal and vertical. And however, as calligraphy evolved gradually, control lines seem to be more or less oblique. And so I manipulate it by reversing control lines to its previous horizontal status. And the parts of calligraphy rotated with the controlling line. And in turn, the 3D model was generated by manipulating controlling line and rotation parts. And so after the midterm, I wondered how I can use the calligraphy syntax in the site I chose and build an archive. And I continued to do some study in calligraphy, like a movement of calligraphy similar to the movement of dancing, based on the Qigong golden 9-grid frame. Then I dig into other study of movements in calligraphy, and I studied a video of a calligrapher doing his work and catched some points in his arms, leg, and head. And the space he himself creates is the space boundary of calligraphy movement. And then I also studied the circulation of movement in Miss Barcelona Pavilion, and I used some calligraphy syntax to translate the space. And then I did some unreasonable experiment. And this one, it's inspired me more of geometry and form finding, not logic and program stepping. So I just left it there. And so at that point, I reflect my previous work of grid system in Barcelona, come back to define my program better. Since I focused on the pivot point and the tuning system in the calligraphy part, and I also focused on the city's overlapped grid system in the urban context part, and it occurred to me that I could cut a series of city sections and specify a site that can be exactly the pivot point of different sections. So I manipulate Barcelona's urban context by cutting out city sections from 4 directions defined by the 2 grid systems. And I chose these 8 sections that cut through important urban infrastructures. Each of them cut through a different kind of infrastructure, including the galleries, train stations, civic centers, senior care centers, and school for kids. Also, historical ruins and other 3 kinds. So now that each of the 8 sections has its own function or meaning to the city, I specify the sites on their intersection. Well, the site of my museum is now a pivot point of the city, and I want its functional areas inside the museum to be further reasonable. So I analyze the detailed intersection space in between the 8 sections control lines, like that, and define different functions for the museum. And after that, still focusing on the intersection spaces defined by these control lines, I tried to use the calligraphy syntax to translate the walls between these different functional areas. So I remembered a previous study of Qigong golden sectional frame, and Qigong's way of defining different part of the Chinese character is similar to here the way I want to define different functional areas. So I chose some syntax abstracted from, and here translate them into the walls separating different functional areas. And after the walls are translated like this, I figured out a more detailed plan. So the whole museum has 2 floors, and including 1 ground floor and 1 underground floor. So the ground floor has 2 parts and entries, which is close to the citizens. And the workshop, kids corner, senior corner, and cafe are enclosed in this volume and in response to the section defining them. And the main receptional hall and contemporary art galleries are enclosed in this volume, as well as the offices and cargo entrance on the other side of the street. And the ground floor is connected to the underground floor by a stair from this volume and also an escalator from going through the light fall from this volume. And as to the underground floor, the underground floor of the museum is connected with the sinking square designed by Arata Isozaki years ago. And so here's an intriguing entry from the sinking square into the underground floor. And also here's the elevator remained by Arata Isozaki. And the important archive room is placed here. And also classrooms, lifts, and also the Spanish art galleries 1, 2, 3, 4 is placed here with equipment rooms and staff lift here. And also the light fall is twisted above. So this is a bird view of the museum. The sinking square by Arata Isozaki is here, and the old gallery behind. And this one is the back side of a conference center of 1929 World Expo. And out of the screen, on this side of the street is the Barcelona Pavilion, and the surroundings are the residential communities in Barcelona. And on the section, we can see the old gallery and the sinking square is connected with the museum underground, and the calligraphy syntax is used to translate the walls and facade. And some of the walls are penetrated through the 2 floors, including the twisted light fall and the facade of the museum. and the interior spaces and outside surroundings showing these perspectives. And so that's all for it. Thank you.
Okay. Beautiful projects, and she's so I'm sorry that David missed this one. It's about choreography and calligraphy. So it's about the body dance. And she actually had the city dance already. She has the pivoting point, you know, her calligraphy analysis is about the pivoting point and the asymmetrical balance structure, the asymmetrical balance within calligraphy. And her urban analysis is about the, you know, the pivoting point in the city, the asymmetrical balance within the urban program. So let's see, what do you guys think? Emma, Michael, Xiaojun, Silent.
I was very excited about your approach to the way you cited, the way you found a site, and also that you gave a particular character to the program, which wasn't just about the parts that it would house. And it seemed like your approach to the site gave you some impetus for thinking about what the character of the building was as well. And so that was like very exciting. And your analysis, urban analyses that you went through and your calligraphy analysis also were extremely precise. I think the hardest part is how you move between the precision of your analysis to the projection of what the actual structure is. You know what I mean? And
yeah, I agree with that. So in the calligraphy analysis, I thought the most interesting moment was when you took the character and you excerpted, I'm not saying this right, excerpted parts and left them as fragments, but still kept them in the body of the whole, just with voids. And so they were pieces of your translation of the character, intact but missing elements. And what that suggests to me is that you found a site that was through incredibly intense analysis and nuanced analysis, but what could have served you, and what leads me to believe that you have the capacity to do so based on your character analysis and how you executed that, is that you needed some breathing room. And your reference points throughout the city which you analyzed were all structures that are of a civic nature, that also deal with like void space being integral to the terms in which how they are defined. And in this case, you built everything out and then used the syntactical elements merely as kind of functional devices within an envelope. And I think that's where the project lagged. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like that's where the translation issue was off, which is part of like, you know, it's like when you're looking at like a lot of different elements that inform how you approach a project, sometimes that's overwhelming, and then sometimes there's a direct translation that loses the kind of deeper intensity of like what you've been finding through the stuff that you've been looking at.
Yeah, like the impulse I feel like is incredibly clear and very precise, which the way I see it is basically like, what does a space look like? And you draw lines all over the place and like thousands of lines on top of lines and try to figure out a proportion and all this stuff to understand what is the character of a space that makes it have that character. And that's like a central question when you're making architecture. So, but then what that looks like as a structure as opposed to a graphic or an analysis is a sort of ongoing personal problem, you know, that everyone has to deal with, any architect, when you're making something. And so I feel like all of your impulses about where this should be, what the character of it should be, how it should relate to its surroundings were spot on and very clear. And then the next part of that, which, like, as Ying has been encouraging everyone, is, I'm sure you'll keep is like what is the physical structure that those principles look like, you know, that all that stuff you're finding from the very precise analysis. Because I don't necessarily think it's something that comes directly from those analyses, you know, but that's why what you're talking about, the pieces, right? Yeah. It's like when those idiosyncratic pieces that come to embody very specific moments, you know, how you carry those forward.
Like in this case, I think instead of the pieces being interpreted to define, to be elements that are useful merely in a definition of space, I think they could have been the programmatic elements. And that as a starting point would have freed you from the idea of enclosing everything in an envelope. Secondary to that is, which also relates to your colleague Pei's interpretation of like her character analysis and having this kind of rhythm that has moments of intensity and closeness and drawing away, like the spatial dimension of her analysis combined with your analysis means that, like, when you're using these pieces, they could also be formal devices that change scale. There's no reason that all the pieces have to stay at the same size. You know, like if you start to rescale pieces, and that could have an idea of program, like then it gives you, you know, a playful set of elements to start from. And that could have to do with the specifics of your site analysis then. Like if there's a given piece that all of a sudden responds to like the trajectories of a city, it maybe like naturally leans towards the Barcelona pavilion and nods towards like the Merlot in the other direction. Maybe that's bigger. And maybe another fragment analysis from your characters is like more small and intimate, and that's like a weird like little volume that's more esoteric. You know, so like also like being free to play with the scale of the analysis pieces could be a interesting dimension of how to progress the project.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, Xiao.
I think it's very beautiful that you found the 4 gravitational points within the 9 squares of each character. And I think you kind of have the connection from the 4 gravitational points to your final proposal. And I think like in your proposal, those little flying elements, they are like dancing from one stabilized anchor points. And if you look at the map in the left top, if you consider those black spots also like the gravitational points, and how are you flying from those anchor points in this kind of city scale? And I think that is maybe kind of inspiration for you, that maybe those small elements or pieces, they are not they're not this scale. Maybe some of them are bigger, or maybe this is a collection of a series of different spaces that scattered in several parts of the city, or responding to different parts of the city Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's interesting to pair the larger civic plan and what you pulled out with the architectural plan for the proposal, and really like eliminating the building envelope, or even if you consider the envelope as like a wall, and that it was like the dancing pieces within it, if you feel compelled to have a defined perimeter condition. But that there's definitely like a dialogue between the articulated moments of the city and then the means by which you were articulating the plan.
Okay, keep up with the good work. And I think she just needs to be more precise in the last part, to be more abstract, stay a little bit away from the formal expression and get more abstract and precise understanding about the inspiration it brings on program, space, circulation, and structure. So keep up with the good work. Let's move on to the next student. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
See, they have background.
I know.
You want to do one more then?
All right, I'm gonna choose this.
You
So, hello everybody. It's my turn now, and my name is Luo Hualong. You can call me Luo, simplified. At the beginning of the presentation, I will introduce you my historical building, the Fourfontaine Church of Tsinghua. The Church of Tsinghua was built in the 17th century and was a typical Baroque building designed by Borromini. It is part of Church of the group of Cardina, Barbani on Quirinale, which is the name of the mountain the church elected on. And in this in-depth analysis of the Tsinghua Church, I noticed two very interesting points. The first one is we all know that the plan of the church is very bold and innovative, and Borromini obtained the oval shape of the dome by dividing the two rectangles, and Borromini also achieved the shape by dividing the plan with two rectangles, and the creative form is also achieved through the pillar structure. And this design produces a wave movement effect in the interior space. But on the facade, we can see here that the facade of the church still follow the texture of the surrounding buildings. It is not that exactly matched with the plan and the structure actually. It's still part of the Roman style with its special historical quality. Even though Borromini used the curves form. And the second interesting point is that I noticed the church is located on the narrow foundation of the junction of Phillips Road and Pierre Road. So you can see here it's a cross, and the church is just right here in the middle. So the cross plan and the irregular concave front facade was designed due to these spatial surroundings. And these two corridors connect different function buildings in this area. We can see that we can see there are a lot of churches, including the Tsinghua Church, and also there are many of gardens, big green open space, and along the Pierre roads there are small residential buildings with like more. Yeah, that's it. So I plan to choose the square between the St. Gregory Chapel and the St. Andrew Church as my site is here. So I would like to design a Ming Dynasty Chinese culture center, which is the same time when the Baroque was popular in Europe, which means I would like to convey the dialogue with two different countries' culture in the same period. And then for the calligraphy analysis, I choose the character shui, which means water in English. When the Asians created the word, he defined the word water by describing the shape of a river. Like just as you can see, it looks like a river. And over time, calligraphy has changed. Original supporting the structure of shui, the vertical stroke has also changed to be a part of the free form. Instead of restricting horizontal and vertical space, calligraphy has influenced the surrounding space by each turning and changes. So kind of we can say that calligraphy is the division of space by strokes. And then through the superposition of different water characters, as you can see here, I found that there are many overlapping fuzzy space between these calligraphy, just like the grid space in the architecture, which is quite interesting. And even in only one character calligraphy, we can still find the same fuzzy space. Like if we record every second of writing calligraphy, we can see the process of ink penetration and the space of stroke overlap. This inspired me how to use lines to cut the space and create a rich spatial dialogue relationship and conveying the fluidity like water. So how to express the continuation of the story and the influence of historical is the next question. I hope to find a set of facade division and a reason suitable for myself through the analysis of the surrounding facade of historical buildings. So as you can see, I drew here. A few hundred years ago, the original site which I chose was a regular residential buildings with a straight facade division. And nowadays it was placed with a wall and a row of trees. And I also find that it's quite interesting that there is a special group, a church and a courtyard and a residential buildings can be one group. And the facade of the church is rich and densely divided, and the courtyards and the residential buildings are more classic. So continue this facade reason, I got both positive and negative facade divisions, as you can see here. So next, according to the division of this side of facades, I cut big cubes into multiple small cubes and use the strokes to cut the space and create typologically space, and use the rotation of the stroke to create a more interesting space. So as you can see, this operation creates a lot of space combining function and forms. Like for example, it could be stairs or platforms or gallery or some walls. So with this idea, you can see now using the divisions and the operation, I make use of this rich space I created and exhibition paths that shuttle through the blocks, and people can freely walk through the first floor and use those big space like classroom and library, anything else. And also, I set a courtyard in the middle of the building and wanted to become a bound of the street and the garden on the back. And due to the glass walls, while you're walking on the path, you can see the whole scenery, and there is a bakery in each corner along the exhibition path, like this path, each corner of this path is a bakery, and which is also a symbol of Italian historical architecture. So you can see this project continues the texture of history on the facades, and which is silent and elegant. And inside the building, this series of sections can show you how I use lines to create the internal typological space, and how complex those spaces are, and how attractive those spaces to people to look up, look around, and just like how you act when you stand in St. Carol's Church. And multiple activities can happen in here, like exhibitions, concert, even fashion shows can also be held here. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, let me do a little bit explanation of what I understand about his project. He's dealing with the nuances within calligraphy. So he's dealing with not only the graphical representation of calligraphy, but also the material, you know, the ink, the water, and also the paper. He's drawing on that and how that bring on the nuances in space and time. So from there, he actually did a little analysis of Bernini's work, and his analysis is from the urban structure that crossed the intersection at the church. So his argument is that the intersection, I would just say the geometry of the intersection actually impacts the architecture proposal of Bernini's work. So I think that's kind of interesting. So he selected a site right next to his project, and what I asked from him is to bring out the layers of the, you know, of the city, of the Italian city, and trying to have the layers impact the exterior and interior of his project. And he has this crazy calligraphy forms inside of his proposal. The interior is towards the future, and the exterior is trying to connect to the past. Okay. What do you guys think?
The idea of looking at calligraphy in terms of the material, like I was wondering that earlier, if anyone would talk about like the kind of brush, the kind of paper, like that makes so much of a difference for what the look is, right? I mean, for what is how you make a stroke, you know? And
yeah, I think he's attempting to do that.
I mean, I think then it's interesting that you choose to look at Borromini and you look at those plan drawings and you see these massively thick walls. Like that is the material of architecture, right? Like the same way that the paper or the pen and the time affects calligraphy, the massive poche space that he's dealing with is very much the material of architecture. So like you know what I'm saying? So like I'm sort of looking for seeing if you're looking at these very figurative strokes and how those work spatially. There's also a question of like, what is the materiality of that? And not in the sense of like, what does it look like or how do you build it or this kind of stuff, but that I would say, like, I think Borromini is dealing with the geometry has so much to do with specifically like a Renaissance tradition of how you deal with material and then how that gets manipulated and further elaborated on. So that's like what I'm looking for in the last stages of the project, is that thickness essentially that you have in Borromini.
The crochet.
I think it's also interesting how from Borromini's really heavy crochet, maybe he's trying to do something that is more like a topological crochet that is lighter and in a way like the materiality that you are talking about. But what he's doing here, I think, is a kind of transformation of the heavy crochet that we have in Borromini, something that is quite black and white. And actually, I'm interested to understand a little bit more how you translate the gray, you know, in your calligraphy into your space, right? If you look at Borromini's crochet, it's rather black or white.
The twin, the gray.
Yeah, bigger ground. And then I'm interested in understanding how you see the gray in what you have created finally. Right? It's a new kind of gray crochet. And I find that maybe you can explain a little bit more about that.
Yeah, Michael, he's not only dealing with the crochet, he's dealing with the in-between, the gradations.
I would say crochet. That's my. So you wanted me to fight with you? I'm gonna fight with you.
Crochet in that way. The topological crochet. Yes.
Yes, it's graphically represented as black or white, or it's conceptualized as material or void, blah, blah, blah. But like what you're dealing with is a sequence of voids of different scales, right? Like there are voids in the poche. The poche isn't just black. Like the gray is the way that you deal with smaller scale spaces, how they puncture, how they move through one another. And I would say my argument would be that that's how you deal with the idea of gradations architecturally, is that it's not necessarily, you know, ephemeral fog. It's a very precise way of joining different kinds of spaces, different scales, down from the detail to a large scale. And so that's why I focus, like I immediately went to the poche on Borromini, is because I think he had a very particular take to that, which was very different from architects before him and different than the way we might see it now, which has to do with articulating to an insane level of detail, to like the smallest coffer, this gradation of that's an actual physical thing, you know?
Right, good point.
It can be drawn extremely precisely and like maniacally. I mean, the guy was insane. You know, it's like, it's a maniacal level of precision in order to achieve that kind of space.
Yeah, and I think the space in Borromini, the ambiguous Borromini, has a sort of you know, I think it might be a coincidence of his analysis of the water, the character, the calligraphy analysis also have the ambiguity. So I want him to carry the ambiguity into, in a way. Xiaojun, you have something to say?
Oh yeah. Also, I think the concept of the penetration of the ink is also very attractive, and I think this project is like extend or stretch this movement of this figure to a timeline. And if you say from a timeline, just like the spatial rhythm diagram in your drawing, it's like the ink is gradually fading away. So I'm curious about how can you express this kind of fading away to your sequence of your continuous moving surfaces. Like maybe it's a subtly change of the material, of the light, or different degrees of the solidity. that is making a kind of continuous change that is responding to the fading away of the ink penetration.
Right, the fading away space.
I like that idea because it also plays to like what I mean. Sorry, I'll
so
stop.
Do you have any response or move to the next person?
No, let Michael finish his thought.
Yes. What's your thought?
I mean, the fading away idea is like this idea of gradation, fading away, and all this stuff. Like that's why I think happening like using Borromini as a model for that is really, really appropriate, especially if you're looking at like the way a coffer is made, like the gradation from large scale to small scale that he's able to achieve in how the space is defined is pretty unequal in architecture. So, but it's actually like there's really, he has really precise ways of being able to construct those gradations, you know, of having coffers working around an elliptical surface, changing in scale, blah, 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 you know, and that this sort of sensibility of how you move through that gradation can be extremely precisely built. I mean, to put it in a straightforward way.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting because this project like demonstrates the dialectic between Borromini and Bernini, whereas Bernini is a sculptor and Borromini is an architect. And you know, I mean, it's really clear there, you know. Now, like finding a site that's the mediation physically of those two particular churches is intriguing, and to gravitate towards Borromini as the model is the right move.
I was a little bit uncertain about his style, you know.
Yes, I understand, but the other thing with that is like, I think there could have also been an opportunity to like, you know, when you like build and this is the limitations of a digital studio, is when you have a physical model, you sometimes can see things that are unexpected. Like if you did your proposal and then made everything that was solid and void in inverse, or like started to play with that, you know, like you would get like a like there's something absent in it in terms of like how it's being carved out instead of like placed in. That's, I think, essential to the discussion of the poche. But there is also a thing with Rome in selecting a site that you do have to deal with what's there. And this is eradicating what's there completely. Like, so there is like the, you know, the idea that you can rip out a block of Rome, like the Mussolini approach is, you know, we also have the legacy of like wonderful Italian architects like Scarpa and Moretti and everyone that were building, in Michelangelo, building into the fabric and using what is there as essential elements to defining the project that could have been, I think, a part of this dialogue when you're dealing, you know, with cities.
Which is actually, I mean, it's interesting because it would work with the approach that he took in the end, where you were trying to take a sort of dialectic approach where you had an envelope and then a set of forms that were negotiating within that envelope. But like you could also take that, which a lot of, like throughout history in Rome, people have done that, is take an existing building and work within that building in a totally different language in such a way that it reshapes the entire, it projects what's possible around it as well, you know? And so it like an interesting problem would be to use what's there and use the same you have into it, you know?
Which is what he did. I mean, the fountains, the concept of the water was already there, and then he like celebrated and enforced and empowered that. So it's the narrative of the project that could have been explored more, both in the city fabric and in the explicit context of the Borromini Quattro Fontana.
But I do think it's latent in what he did,
Yeah.
And like you started in that, like you set up that dialogue,
you can see it,
so it could be, it's just like, if you follow that logic through, I think it could be a very interesting, continuation.
Ying, I think you're frozen. Well,
Now everyone's disappearing one by one.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Oh, hi. My name is Duartina. You can call me Irina. So today I want to do a presentation. It's a setting sail on the folded ground. Yes. The classic architecture I choose to analyze is the Church of San Giorgio Maggiore by Palladio. It is located on this island, and the San Marco is on the opposite back. People usually visit the waterways in front of the church and always ignore the back of the island. So the church became the core of this island. Through the analysis of this master plan, I found that the size between the church and the whole island constitutes a classic proportion, and it was also controlled other details of the church from the whole to the part. And these harmonious proportions are as beautiful as music chords. Proportion and symmetry are the ideals pursued by Renaissance architects, and Palladio, as some ancient Roman elements, is different from other architects. So I try to collage these classic drawings, and then I get a totem like the mandala, and then I break down every part of the church to recombine a new architecture, and you can also find the harmonious proportions are still being there. So I decide my project location. I hope that the island can be redefined, no longer centered by the church, and the island can make a dialogue with the other side on the back. So we can find from the yes, we can find from the monument of the famous Italian hero Garibaldi to the Venice Biennale Garden, a road from the ancient to the modern. Maritime trade promotes communication between the East and the West. Garibaldi had also visited China, and the direction from the statue to the Biennale Garden is sailing to the east. So I decided to do a maritime cultural center. Sorry, please. Okay, so I want to find a syntax by analyzing this word in calligraphy. Jian it means between. It also can be between a space or time or human relationship. In the beginning, I analyzed the proportion and structure of the geometry composition. the framework in GEM, but it nothing interesting. So I choose the different fonts by GEM. It such as regular script or cursive scripts and blah blah blah. So with the timeline of the different fonts of this, yes, a skeleton in different fonts by GEM. The center of gravity of each struggles. I connected the skeleton of different fonts, and I also have a abstract space in there. This abstract space is how can I say? Similar to the others writing, but it's different. So there is an abstract power in the evolution of the calligraphy form to create a new abstract space. And control the tectonic system is the folded walls and ground. So my project is this. The architecture is seem transparent, but the ground is complex and also like a big wave between the church and the biennial garden. And we can also find the gem between the old and new. And we can also find the dialogue with the church in this building. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so this student is trying to find the classical proportion in this topological folding form. So let's see comments from our critics. What happened? Is it too late?
Can you explain a little bit about how you did this folding? Like I didn't from the calligraphy to this folding.
Oh. Yeah, it's analyzing the timeline of the center of gravity of each struggle, and use this skeleton of these struggles to make a extrude and loft. And yes, this is a simple.
Are there any plans for this project?
What? Sorry.
The drawings in plan and section and elevation.
We didn't.
We did.
We did?
We did.
Right.
Yeah.
Where's the plan section and elevation?
Which?
Of your proposal. 平面、立面、剖面. Oh, I think it's right here. She's got the plan, the little plan here. Hold on, here.
Is there?
Do you have any sections?
The plan.
No section.
No section.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, section is in the main section. Only one section in there.
Oh, okay. So here.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting to take the ground in Venice, because really if we were drawing it, we'd have the floating landmass in like a, you know, the depth of the actual section of Venice is quite more vertical. The intention here seems to try to develop a Palladian idea of an omnidirectional presence in a landscape that addresses many things and wrap that into a vertical narrative, and one that's combined with like having a vantage of the city where you can explore that in like public terms. In Venice, it's very rare that you have a vantage point that's elevated. Like there's series of public squares that are all like on that, you know, like floating raft of Venice that's basically at lagoon height. And the only time I've ever been upstairs in Venice is when I was on the top of the Guggenheim, and that was like 15 feet up. But otherwise, you know, you're in the third story of a private palazzo, and not everyone has access to that. So I think that's interesting to try to create an elevated public space in a city that doesn't really have that at all. But you know, it's like it needs more work. Like, I mean, you can tell by like the kind of architectural drawings are not there. So it's like, I understand the intentions, and I think there's a good impetus to it, but you know.
And we encourage you to work more. Yes, Salin.
Yeah, I just have one thing to say. I'm just looking at you talking about the shifting center of gravity for the characters for calligraphy. Just thinking whether this building should be on the water, you know, something that is not so grounded. And yeah, maybe you can talk a little bit more, deal with that shifting center of gravity, right, versus what you have in Palladio that's so stable. Yeah, so I just thought maybe it should be a floating building or something.
Yes, she actually framed the question pretty well. She's dealing with the two city. Okay, I think I need to reframe her question. For Palladio's project, it's facing San Marco, so it's dealing with the old Venice. And her project is at the opposite end of Palladio's project, so it's facing the Venice by the Venice how would you say, the centennium, or what okay, the exhibition. So she's projecting the new Venice, so she's dealing with the two cities, the old city and the new city, you know. But she definitely need more work on the plan and elevation. And I actually got excited when she come up with this tectonic of her project. It's very bold and it has a lot of potentials. And I was trying to push her to get more of the programmatic logic or programmatic hierarchies behind it. And I think she just need more time.
Yeah, I think like focusing on an architectural project that takes as its main purpose the establishment of multiple grounds is perfect for Venice, and is a project that has a pretty long history from across many different architects. Which, if I'm going to be pedantic about it, goes back to like Rodin taking the Burghers of Calais off of the pedestal. And that's the moment when architecture and sculpture are separated, and the sculpture now sits on the ground and architecture is free. Architecture starts dealing with the ground as an element that it can use. Prior to that, it's not necessarily considered an element in itself. And the first person to take that on is Corbusier with the Maison Domino, which multiplies the ground. I mean, that's the essential point of it, is that it's a multiplied ground. So there's no absolute datum anymore. And I think that's the main impetus when I see the first image. Like, it seems like that's the impetus of the project, is there's no absolute datum. Venice has no absolute datum because it's liquid, you know? And that, I think, is like a very interesting starting point for an architectural project, and one that, like I said, like the majority of modern architecture has dealt with that as its central problem. So I think there's a lot you can mine as to what the specific expression of that architecture is.
Yeah, and it has like a natural ecological bend to it. I mean, like San Marco floods all the time, so it starts to deal with multiple grounds. Like, it's like, you know, of course, like the ground floor gets flooded, you just go upstairs.
Yeah.
Like, finally, people have somewhere their feet don't get wet.
Right, that's a great proposal then. What about Xiaojun? You have something to say? Yes.
Yeah. I think just maybe dig more deeply into the way you construct this this form. That actually you are using a series of sections. I mean, you left all the sections and it constructed a kind of continuous form. But if you dig more into actually what is the relationship between one cross section and the ground or the water, like for example, when it's flooded, what is the relationship between this cross section and the flooded ground, or when the ground is higher than the water level, what is the relationship between the section and the ground or the water level? And I think maybe it's a way to kind of find some interesting point across those series of sections, because like your form is more like a horizontal thing. So I think a series of sections and the continuous change between each cross section and the landscape or the water, the ground, is a interesting way to continue.
Okay, great work. We need more, you know, great project. We need more work. Let's move on to the next student. Thank you.
Okay, can everyone see this PDF?
Yes, go.
Okay. My name is Zhang Yapei, and just call me Zhang is okay. Here is our first part of this studio. We analyzed Palladio's San Giorgio Maggiore, one of his famous churches located in Venice. This architecture has inspired me on two scales. First is the urban scale and the building scale. And so I draw a plan section and a side plan, two side plans. For what I've learned before, I decided to study on Palladio's design of proportion and found this both in the architecture's plan and the city plan of Venice. To make it easier to understand, I interpreted the plan by unfolding all the walls in a linear structure. And from this picture, and we can see how the rhythm of space changes as people goes along this wall of church. And on the urban scale, I draw two side plans. The first one on the left, it reveals the relationship between six important buildings in this area. And on the one on the right, I draw the rhythm of public spaces on the two coastlines of Venice by painting them black. And this rhythm highly resembles the church's column created. For the last phase of Palladio studying, I built a model to coherent with my diagram on plan and section and stick to analyze the spatial rhythm. I divide the components contributing to this rhythm into 4 layers. First is the windows on the first floor, and second is the arcs of the aisle, columns along the nave, and windows on the second floor. This model is not intended to be a fixed one. Instead, all the 4 layers can be moved back and forth, creating a richness of variation both in spatial experience and the shadow casted by the layers. And these 4 pictures are just 4 possibilities. And after this analysis, I chose a site for my own architecture, and I'll talk about that later. And the second part is our study of calligraphy. I also choose the Chinese character Jian, which means in between in English. And in the Chinese book 说文解字, the character is originally composed of a character door and a moon inside the door, and so that it refers to the space of a door gap through which the moonlight shining through it. And I analyzed this character on here, the asymmetrical balance, and this the gravitational shift, and the most importantly, I think is the possible topology created by the characters. And in this series of sections, I chose several characters written in different dynasties, and as time went by, the style of it is gradually changed from 楷书, which is fairly neatly written, to 草书, which can hardly be recognized. I piled this character up together in the order of time and did a series of sections and found that they got great potential in transforming to architecture. And here are some sketches I did to interpret this potential. So here this paragraph in gray. I imagined a city inspired by Calvino's Invisible Cities. I suppose this is a city constructed following the shape of each dynasty's character, and the architecture itself also reveals its time of building. By piling up each dynasty's construction, we got the city of one character. And here I mentioned Kubla Khan and Marco Polo, which is the main character of Calvino's book. And I think it's quite a coincidence that Kubla Khan is the Chinese emperor and Marco Polo is a traveler from Venice. And this is exactly what we should do in this project, that is to create a cultural center in Venice of Chinese culture. In part 3 is our project, and I try to combine this, what I've mentioned before, to create this cultural center. First is about choosing this site. I decided to set my project onto an island. For this provided a challenge on how to deal with the existing relationship between buildings in the site. And here I focused on 6 views and arranged my island's interaction with Majority and other important buildings. My main purpose is to avoid breaking into existing interactions between original buildings, and instead this island will become a place for short stay and looking around. Besides, in here, picture D and picture E, I choose the view from Piazza San Marco, one from the square and one from between the 2 pillars, and the island echoes with Majority on its opposite direction. And also, to make it more precise, I draw 4 sections of the city to further prove this island situated just right on where it should be. For in every single section, the existing architecture and my island form perfect proportion that Palladio proposed. And here is my inspiration from calligraphy. I want to design my building according to what I've got by section in the architectures that I mentioned before. In this process, a complete volume was cutted by strokes, which may be explained as rooms, circulations, or porches, etc. But I do not want the strokes are just strokes from the character. but instead I want them to interact with the impression of both Venice and China. And what I want at last is an architecture as a city in which people may they may confuse about where they really are. Are they in Venice or in China from time to time? And here are 5 sections of my final design. This cube of 4 floors is cut into 2 halves by the circulation imitating the canal of Venice. And also as for it is a canal, so as the water flooding or not, it's maybe when it's flooding, people can take ships to cross this building, but in normal times they just walk inside this corridor. And the posture is created by geometric forms, and the dome are all strokes coming from Venice. And as for China, I wanted to leave an impression of wandering in the streets and alleys. People may get lost sometime, but during this experience, they'll explore more about this mysterious cube. And finally, I got some rendering of this model and an isometric view of each floor. I have to mention that on the 3rd and 4th floor, I intended to create a feeling of alleys intertwined with each other, and visitors were surrounded by volumes as they go through Chinese towns or Venice, the canals in Venice. But actually, this is not finished, or it's not as I expected, for I've just got little time to improve this part. And I just began on this model day before yesterday. And that's all what I've got. Thank you.
That's very impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
Thank you.
She's very impressive. So do you have the model on the site? Do you have any, or can you show us your model? Like your
I can show it, but I didn't put it on the site for my computer can't bear this.
Okay.
And so, I do consider the directions and each what things each room will see, but I just didn't put it in.
Good. Can you show us the model, like the Rhino model?
No. I should first stop.
Any model.
I just. Okay.
So you guys can begin comment when she's putting out her model. Michael, Emma.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. We have only like 2 more students after this. Yeah.
I thought I absolutely love it.
Can you see this? I'm not sure.
It's too early in the morning, right?
It's also funny because her renderings look like the early morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very inspiring.
Let's see. I'm not sure which link.
Is that a model of just the void, or is that the?
Yeah. This is the model of the void.
Wait, the previous.
Yeah. That's a fantastic drawing.
And I'll find where is the model, the complete one.
I think this pro girl worked overnight, but she's doing great. Can't find it, right?
This one? I'm not sure. Just
okay, nice. Sure.
Maybe this one is the complete model. Is that clear? Maybe I can.
I think that's good enough.
Okay.
Basically Pyrenean kind of models, which honestly I've never seen someone's be able to take on that kind of idea and do it with any success. So I'm very impressed. Because when you started, I thought it was going to be a facade project because you had an amazing, your first set of things with the shadows. And I thought this is that you had a very specific approach to facades, which was interesting. But then that you're now dealing with it as a sort of solid void project and recognizing that the facade is the membrane between those two is very interesting.
Thank you.
What is your name?
Zhang Yapei. Zhang Yapei.
Wait, what should I call you?
Hey.
Yapei.
Yeah.
Hey, this is really beautiful, and it's a celebration of rigor combined with like a kind of freedom. Like you can see that, you know, the intensity of your moves and that you're willing to allow them to collide and form their own resolutions, and then you interpret those resolutions spatially. So there comes out of that, because of your initial dedication and like being so invested in your original analysis, there is a latent order that underpins the entire project, so that it has the ability to like percolate on its own and be coherent. And that's where like the unexpected comes from, you know, when these just kind of mesh together and form these spaces. And I mean, this is really, really quite lovely.
Yeah, so like what I'm excited about is that like there's a lot of like
there's undefined, but it's so completely defined.
Like there's like the two elements. There's the graphic element, which is a facade problem, right? And there's the spatial element, and there's the mass element, and somehow you've got them all working towards the same goal. Which,
yes, you have like a thesis here, and it's really architectural.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredibly interesting. I mean, this is a project where you really want to see the model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like after the pandemic, we need to see the model.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try.
You want to see it like on the site, and you want to see it develop. Like, yeah, I mean, this is.
I also want to see it on the site. It's very interesting. Did she show the elevations on the site? Like, did you show the elevations on the site?
You mean this? Let me see. This picture?
Yeah, those are beautiful. I actually want to see, you know, how the model relates to the context. Just want to see it. No more critiques. Okay, what about Xiaojun and Celine? This is a great project, and we can just move faster unless you guys have more things to say or just admirations.
I have more admirations for Pei. I mean, you're clearly very talented, and like even your color selection was just like oddly intriguing. So you're a real artisan, and I like that you're like this like hooded pink thing around your neck matches your renderings. You know, you have a natural color palette.
It's just coincidence.
No, it's very intentional, even if it's unconscious.
Yeah, that's from her intuition. Her intuition is very good. You know, throughout the semester, I'm like, just goodbye and good luck. Do whatever you need to do. Okay, let's move on to the next two person. We have two more. Thank you.
We have to
stay for.
We stayed for more than we thought. It's like 1:30 here, and we have to.
Yeah. Go then. Oh, sorry that you have to go.
No. This has been lovely, and it's honestly, Pei, was like great to end on your project. It makes our evening, and it's been a wonderful conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, good.
All right.
I'll see you guys.
Talk to you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Sleep tight.
You too. Oh, well.
Okay. Well,
Oh,
I will.
Cheryl and Charis.
Yeah, they're good. They're just hanging out.
Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye. Okay, 2 more.
Can you see it?
OK， 开始吧。
OK。Hi everyone. My case study is about the Museum of Contemporary Art in Galicia, which is designed by Álvaro Siza. When it comes to the first impression on the space construction of Siza, we would claim the complex and pure space and the sense of holiness radiated from it. By classifying the space, I find that even though multiple architectural elements are used, the space embodies a common logic, that is, using wedge-shaped spaces, or say triangular spaces, to break or enhance the sense of perspective. This not only results in the formation of a complicated space, but also provides a guideline when people proceeding in this building. As shown in this picture, the part in red is a transition space, which is very instructive, while the part in gray is the main functional space, transforming people's focus from the space itself to the contents contained by the space. Although Siza is using triangle, which is continuously breaking the grid, the techniques like Molière's golden ratio and control lines, which are used to weaken the chaos and strengthen the order, can be seen from the plane. Particularly, the control lines attracts my attention here. It could be seen that there is a group almost powerful control lines, which not only affects the whole building's space and shape, but also intersects at one point outside the building. And then and then I start to study this kind of technique combined with the city's texture. Soon I find out that this kind of space system can also be found in this city. They connect the main parts of the city like churches, colleges, parks, and so on. Galicia is famous for its religious culture. Thousands of people from all over Europe come here on foot. Of course, the cathedral is the center of the city, and clearly the streets connecting those churches are the control lines of the city. Siza puts his control point between his building and the church, making the building not a totally self-governed system, and also not submitting to the city's order. I think that's a good response to this religious city. And in the later study about calligraphy, I try to use the composition theory to analyze a single word, 以, which means to use all the past. But I feel hard to touch the peculiarity of Chinese calligraphy. I start to study it as a whole. When writing the words, every stroke is influenced by the strokes already being written, even by the strokes which haven't been written. When looking at the calligraphy work, we can feel that the spaces between characters are even more attracting than the characters themselves. First, I use gravity map to analyze the whole work, but soon I find that the curves are actually disturbing my focus. So I look back and try to use Caesar's technique. You use triangular spaces to looking for spatial experience in calligraphy. First, I develop a way to shape space from the calligraphy. In Chinese calligraphy, there are many 8 writing directions, even more in calligraphers' creative work. This combination of radioactive rays usually creates a strong sense of space. I try to draw this feeling down and try to reset them. A single character can correspond to a space. What's more, these are the characters together and jointly formed a high level of order in the space feeling. When we enjoy the calligraphy, this feeling makes us see the characters not only one by one according to the grid, but subconsciously, we remap them according to the space between characters, like this. And this feeling is established on the basis of a linear logic, but the present is into groups, mutual influenced, like these diagrams show. And here I got a way to shape space from calligraphy, but how to apply it to the project of the cultural center so that it can respond to the site. My idea is to use those spaces to map the diverse components of ecclesia, including nature, religion, new and old, quiet and reveries, and etc. And combine these different spaces to give them a narrative ability, to give my own interpretation of how this city grows, and to make this building a history book of Galicia. And let's turn to this. Galicia, in my view, is a city controlled by religion, with the roads that connect the churches as a yardstick for the next level of secular buildings. This system is built on the rugged mountain landscape and influenced by the architectural order that remains of the past. This multi-layer order is superimposed on each other, and the organic growth inspires me. I use different functional spaces and access systems to correspond to this diversity and superposition in the building. For example, the large exhibition hall corresponds to religion and the service space to secularity. Furthermore, the secondary access system is determined by the spatial connection of the higher level, which also corresponds to the growth process from the higher level to the lower level. In these spaces, the first feeling is a strong sense of perspective and guidance. This feeling comes from the natural form, the triangular space, which comes out when I apply the city's logic to the building. From the following set of sections here. From the following set of sections, we can also see the constantly looking and looking back in this building, which force visitors to think about the relationship of the spaces and its meaning. And I also curve single space on the basis of calligraphy's sense of space to make buildings like calligraphy. No matter keeping walking or standing still, visitors can feel this kind of spatial narrative. For example, I break a wall in Exhibition Hall 1 to get a sight of the city's cathedral. Visitors can sit down and overlook the city. The second hall faces the this one. The second hall faces the outdoor slope, and after the partition is removed, it becomes a suspended space. See from this picture. Visitors sit on the stairs outside and watch the performance in this exhibition hall as if they were watching a dance on the roof of the city. And the last picture shows how these small spaces feel individually, and that's pretty much all it. Thanks.
Okay, beautiful project. The whole project from the beginning to the end is very coherent, and you're being very rigorous on yourself, trying to push all like the envelope. And I was trying to challenge you with how would you do the your trapezoidal space, that trapezoidal space you define and you discover from Caesar's work. I was trying to challenge you by saying how would you do it in the elevation, in the section, where is your trapezoidal space in the section. So you come up with this very rich ground and subterranean space to be underneath the whole project. And the project is very powerful and very bold, and also have all the, you know, idiosyncrasies and all the nuances of space, and the gravity is there, the gravitas is also there. So I would like to congratulate you on this project, and I would like to see what other critics want to say. What about you, Xiao and Celine?
I think it's really interesting to take on the diagonals. Maybe you call it triangular space or geometry. Like, I mean, in geometry, triangle is like the most stable thing, but when you talk about diagonals, it's like how Kobu also has a lot of diagonal spaces. And I think that's something that is really interesting from your project, and you work with that in both plan and sections, as we can see. And the site is also on a slope. So, right, the side is on a slope, right? And
yeah,
that's
pick the right side.
Yes.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how you deal more with the slope, I guess, which is also kind of like triangle, right? It's not really a tower or horizontal building. And I think from your analysis to the whole process, it's really clear what you're trying to do.
Thank you. I think I should do more work about it.
Okay, and we also want to see the model, the physical model.
You're fine, because I think compared to other students, you're the one that you
most productive.
Yeah, you pick up the target very early, and then you focus on architectural issues, and then at background, the analysis that you did earlier was set up at the background, so the connection was strong. But I think the only thing I was a little bit unhappy with the expression of all the spaces that could be more interesting, but you render it in black and white, so it's really hard to understand the potential of the language that you pursuing on. It just hidden too much. That's it.
Maybe he just need more time, and I think he actually fully developed the project from, you know,
right, for the
concept
like
to
the
tectonic and also on the plan, elevation, and section.
So the axon drawing was more interesting than the spatial expression rendering.
This is very successful, the axon.
Right, but I think the when you pan around, the model should be more interesting. But at the end, it just hidden. It was hidden.
Okay, you need more presentation drawings, but that's it. Xiao, what about Xiao?
Oh, I think from the most right drawings, I can say the mutual influences, which is analyzed in your earlier part of the analysis of Caesar's buildings, and but I feel like in the plan or in the elevation, this kind of mutual relationship is kind of missing, and I say in the sections that there is actually rich relationships between those closed spaces and the triangular spaces, and I wonder if it could be more organized to draw this mutual relationship more clearly, as you show in the axonometric drawing in the right.
Which one?
So this one with all the right lines and people. Yeah, I see from those drawings, it's like you are translating the urban spaces of kind of triangular public square and one building that is looking in front of this whole triangular square. You're folding that kind of relationships into this whole architecture you're making. So, but I just think this kind of mutual relationship can be shown more in your section more clearly, like what is more public and a triangular space, and how those little more closed spaces like cathedrals, how is there relating to those public triangular spaces, because in the section is now it's very rich, but it's kind of lost, like yeah, I just think if you can organize it a little bit, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's move on to the next student. I was on silent earlier. Li Junhong.
Yeah, so hi everyone. Oh, wait a minute. Hi everyone. I'm Li Junhong. I'm coming just Li, and I'm the last one to present. So here's my work, and it's called Conflict Emergence. Something to do with the city. So first, as usual, come with the analysis of the Caesar's building. Yeah. For Caesar's work, I have two major points to talk about. This first one is the conflict in the work, and for the conflict, the first one I recognize is the conflict between the grids. you can see that the left of the Galician Art Center is the residential part, so it has a dense grid, and it influenced inside of the building, and so also influenced the route and usage of the building, and it's part of the workplace. And the right side of the building is the church, so it's a large grid, and it's the part of the exhibition part. And the right one is what I draw about the site plan, and it's used a pretty distinct way, and it's talk about the grid and how the different parts of the perspective will influence the building. Next one is the part of the route, and for the route of the Cedars building is kind of merged in for one and the second floor, but the light inside the building and the other and in the middle part of the building would display the route like this. And I draw an analysis of the conflict, and it's show about the difference between the light and dark, the route merged inside it. But yeah, and the next part is about the perspective part, and we can I recognize that you see these buildings, it will be several distinct perspective points. Like I would choose one of the most impressive one is the center of the building, and we can I just Pardon? Excuse me? Just keep on, yeah. So yeah, I choose 3 perspective points, and it's about the 3 parts of the city. And the first one is, yeah, it's north part of city, and we can recognize that it merged into a complement form of the site. So, and also for the south part and the east part, there are also complement for the city site. And so I've come up with this thought that through the perspective, we can see the shades of a city and see one of the section of the city, and what the other parts of the work is used to complement the part of the section to make it more whole fulfillment. And this is the 3 point of view and the perspectives. And here comes the calligraphy part. Firstly, I will concern about the methodology distinction of the works, and like the passion point, where the passion point will be, and how it will move inside the part of the here. And so the next part is I have divided the character into several draws, and here like this. Each one will have a time paused, and then we'll have the side of the painter will have a distinct way, so it will move and prolong it like this. So, and moreover, I choose one of the work of Feng Xizhi and choose one part of the Yi to talk about the perspective of the part of this one, and it's the same to the Xizhi's work, and it's different perspectives, and then how you perceive it will reflect into the part of the character. So, and finally it will form the final form. Yeah, and the right one is the analysis of the site plan, and down here is the form some moreover works of the perspective, and in different perspectives you can get the different shades, and which would influence the complement of the building. So combined with the both works, it's come to the my design. So I first have an analysis of the city sites and choose 8 pressure points that would act as the center of the perspective, and I will use these 8 pressure points to have the pyramids, the center of pyramids, and to cut the original sites of the that is near the Xizhi's building, and the right line is born from this kind of pyramids and is merged inside it. Also, for the section is also the same way, and so then it's come to the some details. I according to the works that I did, just use several circles and pyramids to define the plan of the building, and then I use the long term of line, which is define the route of people's route would go inside the building and to make the walls. And also for the sections, it's also the same way, defined by the circles and the pyramids. And according to the plan, I have several walls to define it deeper, and so let's see, each of the one is defined by the same way. So yeah, this is the form part, and also I will create a center for a hybrid part of the work, and it just what I just said, I want to express the conflicts between the 2 different cities, which is Galicia and Beijing, and the development of the cities. So I would choose the different 2 routes and merge it together, so we could get the walls, the 2 routes, and then we have some specialized space. And here's one of the perspectives. Then it's come to more detailed ones, and it's from the entrance go inside the building. It will first divided into 2 routes, and each route will the first one will go first upstairs to the 2nd floor, and then down here, and then through the exhibition part, and then upstairs again, and we'll hang around through cell, and then down just and downstairs again. Yeah, and finally reach the art center. The second row is the same as it. It will first go into the opening lab and then hanging around still there. And it's just because a different usage of the part is merged inside. And when you go along the exhibition part, at each time you reach the exhibition part, you just came from a different place of usage. So you can experience the different feeling of exhibition part, and also you can, it's not only the one route that you can use, and you can just go alongside. This is the sections, and for the deeper explanation, yeah, it's the perspectives alongside the center part, and the black one is the ceiling, the gray one is second floor, and the most light one is the first floor, and each of these merged together and have eye contact to each other. So in the center part of the exhibition, it will have different feelings, and each of the perspectives have something to do with the center part, and it's like a 360 part of the perspective. And the last is here's some sections and how to deal with the city's background. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, I do see a lot of work in here, and you've been working very hard and trying to go different directions. And I actually think that I see the hard work in here, but maybe you are spreading yourself too thin. We need to be more focused on this project. And I see the energy in here, and I also see your talent. For now, the project is a very internal project that it doesn't really communicate with outside, or the outside doesn't communicate with you. There's no, I don't see the dialogue between us and you, but maybe that's you. You are a very, special person. Maybe that's you. I just hope that your project could be more focused and more precise, and like all your effort can actually tie together. Okay, let's see comments from the juries.
I agree. I see a lot of work in each part, but I'm struggling to see the connection between the analysis, calligraphy, and the final project. Like individually, I can understand each part, but I'm struggling to find a little bit of the connection.
Right, I see the energy moving around. Yeah, I see the energy moving around. It's perfect that you are like very passionate about this project, but you need to try to see the connection in between.
Yeah, just like using perspective, pyramids of the perspective to cut the solid of the building like this.
Right. You actually have your point at each part. You know, you have a very from the beginning you're dealing with the conflict, right? The resolution for the conflicts in space, and it has its political agenda behind it, and also it has the architectonic behind it. So it's very it has a lot of potential. So I was trying to encourage you to get more specific about it and to go deeper about it, to be more rigorous about it, to be more coherent about it, how to develop that very unique discovery, unique idea into a whole spatial and temporal system. And you go different directions, and each direction you go is very interesting, but I hope they can actually tie back together.
Sure.
Yes.
What about that to do it this time?
Yeah, you need some space. You know, you need to do some reflection, print out all your work on the wall and think about it, and think about how you want to push them forward and how to tie them together. It actually would help your you develop further work. Your future work would be helpful. What about Xiaojun?
Actually, I think your starting point with the projection and the perspective is pretty interesting. And I think maybe you can think more into this projection and perspective analysis with drawings. Maybe you can use plan and the elevation together to like explore more into this. And there is a book called The Projective Cast by Robin Evans, and also an article called Translations from Drawing to Buildings. And inside those passages, he talked about the paintings, the viewers, and the projections. I think maybe it will be very inspiration to you, and you can just look it up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will have to say thank you for your great work and trying to be more consistent in your future work and trying to think through the logic between one step to the other, the hierarchy between them. And, just grab on what's unique to you, what's unique in yourself. And, nobody else can be a substitution of that. So I would like to say thank you for all the students, and it's very beautiful work. And we have a great semester, and you can carry on your work in your thesis or in your future work. And I would like to thank all the juries. Thank you, Xiao, and thank you, Celine, for your intellectual contribution. And let's say goodbye and see you next time. Bye-bye. Good work. Bye-bye. Congratulations. Bye-bye.
It's not exactly, her thing, but she's been doing great. And so this morning on my list was a ton of baking supplies, all these things I've never bought before,
Oh, I know. And would you believe how many different kinds of flours there are? It's just, you end up spending more time in the grocery store because this is like learning a new language, and it's a bit mystifying.
It is amazing.
Yeah, we have no baking mitts, so we keep on having to be very careful not to burn ourselves because this is also new.
we had Nowruz, you know, Persian New Year.
Wow.
Oh.
Happy New Year.
Oh, these are beautiful tulips.
Yeah, it was about almost 2.5 weeks ago, Persian New Year. And so we did it up here. We had just gotten here like a couple days before, and we had our New Year's up here.
I saw the photos on Instagram. Are you guys?
Seriously?
Yeah. It was like very exciting.
That's my daughter, Emma.
Oh, nice! Wow.
Whoa, that is one hip-looking lady.
Yeah,
You know?
that's a lady already. She's very young. She's 5
wild.
when we were in the studio, or.
Say again?
I mean, she's very young when we were in the studio, and your son was just born.
Exactly. She's 17 now.
17, Emma.
Yeah. 17. Yeah, she was born when you guys were in the studio.
Yeah, your son was just born.
Yeah, I'm gonna get in trouble for showing this, but I'm gonna anyway. This is really her, Emma. That's my daughter.
I like her. Is she in the city somewhere? Like, does she live? Well, I mean, not now.
She lives with us still in the city, and she's up here now.
Yeah. Cool. No, I'll have to find out from her where to go. She looks like she knows the cool spots.
She knows New York. She's a New Yorker. We live off Union Square, and she's been out there, you know, since she's 10, living her life. You know, she's a New Yorker.
Okay, I see.
Oh, I didn't know you lived around Union Square. That's a great location. And of course, you're right next to Cooper. That's perfect.
Exactly. I live in like a little village. I just walk. I never leave the 10-block circle. You know. I miss the East Village. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a special time. We have a creek behind the house. We've been fishing, and my son and I play basketball every day. But you know, it is quite special to have this quiet time together. But I do miss the city.
Yeah, it's not the same village.
Yeah, exactly. This village and that village are not the same. You're right.
Maybe we should begin. And
are you ready?
Yeah, and he would join us later.
Yeah, of course. Let's start.
Okay, let's start. Let me introduce all the guests to the students. First of all, let me introduce Professor David Gersten. David Gersten is graduate. Hello. David Gersten is graduated from Cooper. He got his Bachelor of Architecture and Master in Cooper Union, and he was once the acting dean and of Cooper Union, and he has his art, letters, and numbers in upstate New York, and thank you for coming to the crit. Thank you. I'm still nervous. I need to practice. Emma Fuller and Michael Overby. They also graduated and
You're breaking up.
Pratt. Okay.
No, you're breaking up. Your voice is. Am I right, Emma? She's breaking up.
Yeah, we can't. It went spotty and now it's completely out.
Hold on. Ensure connection.
Oh, your bandwidth is low.
Right. What happened?
Okay, we are back. We are switching to 4G.
4G. Now 4G. Next time 5G.
Yeah.
So Michael Overby teaches in Princeton, and Emma Fuller teach in Pratt. They have their practice Fuller Overby, right? Am I right?
Right.
Yeah, and Dongwoo Kim and Dongwoo Yim. I'm sorry, Dongwoo. He graduated from National University of Seoul and also GSD Harvard. He's teaching at RISD Yihong University, and he has his practice called Proud. Thank you for coming. And Celine graduated from Cooper Union. He has his she has his her practice called OMWF, and she's teaching at Singapore National University. And we also have Xiaojun. She's also a graduate from Cooper and the National CAFA, yes, CAFA in China. And Kirsten used to have a lecture at there. And now she's also working in New York City. Okay, let me do a little brief introduction about our curriculum for the class. The curriculum is break up into 3 parts. The first one is historic analysis. We give out six architectures for students to do their analysis on, and from their personal critical analysis, they generate their own site for the project, because the whole studio is conducted online. So everything is virtual. They don't have a chance to make model or visit the site. And then the second part is about analysis of architecture syntax about calligraphy. We break up this part into 2 parts. The first one is analyze the morphology of calligraphy style on each character. And the second one is to put the character in a context to see how it relates to a larger context, to understand the relationship between parts and whole. And the third part is about the project. The basic program, pragmatic program for the project is a cultural center in in a foreign context. And students are given the freedom to reinvent their own program and inhabitation. Okay, let's begin. Who would be the first presenter?
I will start.
Okay.
Is the sharing screen okay? Okay.
I see.
Okay, thank you. This is hello everyone. My name is Tang Ruishang, and I'm glad to be here to present my study of the last 2 months. Here are all my works, which can be divided into 3 parts, as the teacher said. And let's start with the first part, is the analysis of the classical architecture. So the classical architecture I analyze is the humble administrator's garden of China. This garden is a very special one in today's architecture. It is not designed by a single architect, and it is the only private one in today's architecture. And it has changed many owners in the history, and nowadays it becomes a tourist attraction. So the garden we see now is actually a superposition of different periods of construction. So during the analysis, I focused on the question, what is the underlying order of the garden that makes it maintain a wholeness after so many constructions of different time? So the first clue I found is the borrowed scenery. You can see it here. Is the borrowed scenery of the North Temple Tower, which is located here. And the main water surface of the garden is to create a viewing gallery for it, and this viewing gallery with the access of the houses create a cross system, and at the very beginning this cross system is distinct, but the later constructions covered up the system. But I found they didn't ignore it. So I continued the analysis, and I found the every element of the garden is dividing and shaping the space, and almost every divided space has a direction, horizontal or vertical, and they are similar with the cross system at the beginning. And based on this, I abstract the model of the garden. You can still see this first cross system. And the interesting thing is a cross has a point of intersection. And now so many crosses overlap together, creating a series of intersection points. So if you stand on the point, you can feel the different direction of different space. It will give you multiple choices of where to see and where to go. Therefore, movements become extremely important in the garden. If you in the garden, you can only find a static space inside a building, and from inside you can still feel the direction of the outside space. Because of this, when you're in the garden, you are always moving, and in this process, you will constantly change your vision with the direction of space. I think this is the reason that the garden can get a rich and diverse scenery in an extremely limited space. So after this, I extract some part of the garden for analysis. First, I analyze the spatial rhythm of 3 entrances. And as I mentioned earlier, the garden is private. So there will be an entrance for guests and some entrance for the owner themselves. So the first one is for the guest. You can see the intention of the owner to show off the garden, how beautiful the garden is from the increasing rhythm. And the other 2 is which are more peaceful and will pass more overlapping space and past more pressure points is for themselves. And second, I continue to analyze the other elements of the garden. And there are 3 platforms in the garden. 3 of them are located around the overlapping space, and all the pavilions too. So when you are in the platform or a pavilion, you actually stay in it and feel the outside space. But they are static. Those points are very static. You need to pause there to feel the space. But there is more interesting elements in the garden is the 7 bridges, which are all located at one pressure point, so that they can let you feel the diverse sceneries in movement. And particularly, almost every bridge shaped in fold line, which is telling you to change your vision when you walk through. And this is how this is my analysis of the humble administrator's garden, and it's basically about the cross system, the overlapping space, and pressure point. And then is the Chinese calligraphy part. My opinion of the calligraphy is the calligraphy is a recreation of the prototype by the calligrapher. So what I want to do is first choose one Chinese character and analyze the prototype of it, which I think is the regular script of it. This one, regular script of it, and then study how calligrapher recreates it At first, I choose this character, and it pronounced as "chu" in Chinese. I choose it because of its simplicity, and it is also a composition of crosses. The prototype of it has a subtle balance.
What does that character mean?
The meaning of it, I will mention it later. It means out or get out of something, so it's action. It means action. So the prototype of this has a very subtle very subtle balance between symmetry and asymmetry. And I think this balance comes from the interaction of different directions. And this character has a distinct vertical directivity and a weaker horizontal directivity, and the central that comes from the main cross and be strengthened by the other four. So that's all my analysis of the prototype. And then I continue to consider the deformation from the regular script to running script or cursive script. The first clue I found is simplification of strokes. The strokes will be linked together by the calligrapher to improve the speed of writing. And the second clue is the intention of the calligrapher to emphasize one part of the character. So based on this, I made this diagram with sequence of strokes which is linked together, and the emphasized part to show the deformation between the prototype and the work of calligrapher. And these two are very interesting. So what the calligrapher wants to emphasize is unbalanced. So they shrink the rest part to the other side to keep the balance. And this can be noticed in these four too. This four, the emphasized part of this four is basically symmetrical. To build a sense of dynamic, the calligrapher moves one part of the prototype from the original position, like these two, or reshaped it, and to keep balance, move or reshape the rest part. And this one is very special because the calligrapher does not want to emphasize any part of the character, but the centrality of it. So the elements of it are reshaped to weaken a sense of direction and to build a sense of closure. And then when the radical is a side of a character, when the radical is added, the situation will become more complicated. But use the same method, I noticed that the radical can give a revelation of the original prototype. And as this four, the radical helps to emphasize a horizontal or vertical direction, which are already in the original prototype. But these two, the new oblique element from the radical, gives a new possibility of the to the prototype, a diagonal directivity. And then when I put this character in the context, I found another motive of deformation. As I mentioned, there is an intention of improving the speed of writing. So as a result, strokes are linked together. And because of this, the beginning and the end of a character become very significant for the understandability of it. The beginning is always increasing, which we can see it from this diagram. And the end basically has three types: the usual end, link end, and a pause end. So as you see, this one in this context is basically making a connection between the context. So the direction of beginning or end of one character to a great extent affected by the context. And I use the same method and build a 3D model of this line of characters by placing these lines in the vertical direction to show the deformation of it. And the right elevation of the model shows a trend of deformation. And here is a critical point. It's very similar to the pressure point I mentioned earlier. And what interesting is it just located at the end of the sentence. So reconsider this character. Why the calligrapher shows a great intention of building a sense of dynamic. I think it comes from the meaning of the character. I mentioned earlier that its meanings it means out or get out or something. So it's an expression of a movement or an action. And here the calligrapher spends a lot of time to show it is the end of the sentence because we don't use punctuation in the calligraphy work. So the conclusion of the analysis is the tension of the deformation comes from the meaning of the calligraphy. So as to the architecture, meaning would not be expressed directly. So what can give intentions to us? And what is a prototype? And what can I use to control the deformation? At first, I considered the site election. I decided to choose the path to the north of the garden as the site. This path now is extremely narrow and gloomy, and the east part of the path can only allow one car to pass. And the wall of the garden has blocked everything out of it. As I mentioned at the beginning, the garden was private, but now it becomes a public space. So what I want to do is activate this wall and build a connection between the garden and the city. So the current wall becomes the prototype of my design. But here comes some question. What is the meaning of it and how can I control the deformation? I will start with the first question. The current wall is just a background of interior scenery and a boundary of the interior space. The meaning of it is simple. It's just separation and restriction. It is negative to the outside, and because it is merely a vertical surface, and so it can't be experienced. So based on this, I get my first intention, which is to build an experienceable wall. A wall you can walk through it or see through it, vertically or along the side. So therefore, I came up with these three notions: the thickened wall, the floating wall, and the transparent wall. So the first thing I do is let the wall detach from the ground and support it by some mirror materials wrapped blocks. So you can see through the wall or walk under it. The mirror gives a reflection of the scenery of the garden instead of being just as a silent background. So the scale and position of the blocks are controlled by the spatial structure of the garden and the sight line on the pressure point in the garden. As to the wall itself, I use the concrete to show it is an entity and use the glass bricks to achieve a vague penetration of scenery. So people's activity on both sides of it will project on the surface vaguely, which I think will be very interesting. Here are some plans and sections of the building. To keep the scales harmony, I made a sunken walking street under the floating wall. The function of the ground floor is for the public. So it's just, basically snack bar, food stand, cafe, and bookstore, and so on. And the main part of the building is that first floor, which contains 3 exhibition halls. The deformation of the wall is controlled by the view of the gallery of the garden. All the windows is to create a frame scene that can give a revelation of the garden. So you can see this in this aerial view. And there are some perspectives. The first line is the perspectives along the long axis, and the second is the horizontal perspectives to the garden, and the third is the vertical perspective to the garden. And these two strange elevations are colleagues of series of perspectives, which shows a penetration of scenery. So I will show the pictures. So this wall can be experienced when you walk in it and walk around it. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any of our juries have something to say? Do we understand his project? Yes. Okay, Dongwu, why don't you go first, Dongwu?
I mean, I'm not saying that I understand fully, but I see it quite interesting. But I do have some questions that I have, which actually is connected to the first part of the project and the last part of the project, which is the pressure point. So I do understand in the calligraphy, I do understand the pressure point, but could you explain it a bit better or more in detail about what's the pressure point that you are, how are you defining the pressure point in the first exercise and in the last project that you're doing?
Okay, I think the pressure point is the time that you change your vision at one space. So the overlapping space that shows in this model, when you get the space, you can change your vision direction to different sceneries. Because if I take these bridges for examples, when you walk on the bridges, you actually walking on the water surface, which is the biggest part of the garden. So when you're walking on it, you can see every angle of the garden, so you can get very rich sceneries of it. And in my project, the pressure point is it's at the same is it is a change of the viewing direction. So I said the first line is the perspective along the long axis, and the next line is actually perspective to the garden. So when you're walking through this architecture, your vision will change. Sometimes looking in the garden, sometimes looking in the architecture.
Can you could you show us where that point is in the plan?
Okay. Like this. or here, or here, and the direction or the location of the point is actually decided by the garden itself.
Well, maybe you should show your perspective. There's a little perspective you have over here.
Yes.
Okay, right here. The perspective with the wall in here. Okay. Scroll down, go down. Hold on.
Okay.
I think it's this one, the one above. The one above can explain the question better.
This actually a sequence of perspectives when you walk through this building. So what I want to express is when you walk through it, you will see this first, and then get into this glass bricks box and see this at the next, and this next, this next, this next. So it is a series of perspectives when you walk through the building.
Okay, I think you have an isometric over here. Yeah. Okay, this one, yes. Oh, so yes. You can explain where is your pressure point in the garden and how it projects to the wall.
Okay, such as this space of the garden, and it is a viewing gallery. So here is a vertical window of the building, and here this space is another viewing gallery. So here is another window. So all the windows are coming from the garden, and all the window is expressed that you can look here, look this way to feel the garden structure or composition structure. So every window is actually a pressure point of it.
Thank you.
I can't wait to hear from Professor Gersten. What do you think?
Well, you know, I have to tell you, I find it, first of all, a stunning amount of work. And I'm like, honestly, I'm trying to picture, and I don't want to sound so dumb, but you said in the beginning, this is like a virtual studio or something. Does that mean that, are you, where's the student? I can't see the student.
Oh, they're actually everywhere in China. They're not really in Beijing. The school is not open yet.
Right.
So from the beginning to the end, it's all online. It's all conducted online.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm sorry. Is the student visible on this? I can't see. How do I find them?
Can everybody turn on their camera?
I just wanted to see the person that's talking.
All the students.
Yeah, the students.
11 students.
Okay, he's right next to you on the screen. He's this guy with long hair, like a little pop star.
Yeah.
No,
with glass.
I see the work.
Yeah, he's right next to you.
I think there's a button on your screen that.
What do I say?
Okay,
hold on.
Your computer, right?
It's here.
His
computer. Did you see your own image?
No,
yourself?
You don't?
I see the drawing. I see the drawing.
But you don't see the students? Okay, there's a little icon.
You're on iPad. David's on.
No, I'm on computer. I'm on computer.
Computer.
He's on. Computer is a little bit different.
Oh. But do you see a little icon of a person inside a square, inside a circle? No?
I see the drawing that they were showing because they're doing screen sharing, and then I see like 5 people on the right. I see Emma. And
okay.
I see. You can drag the vertical line right next to the 5 people.
I see.
You drag it, and then you get the grid.
So now, can the student wave?
Yes, he's right
Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to see. because I wanted to say some things to you that I was moved. I was very moved by. If I understand correctly, you're more or less in quarantine. You're not in a studio. You're working at home, basically.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. I just, it's beautiful and mind-boggling to me to produce that much work in that environment. I want to celebrate that. I really do. I think it's like in these circumstances to dive that deeply into what you're doing on its own. It's like the first thing that has to be said. It's like, my God, you're sitting there, and it's, it's challenging to be, to not be with a group of people, 20, 30, 50 people in a room is different than what we're doing right now. And I think it's important to acknowledge that. And I guess where I'm starting there to say, I think the questions you're asking are linked to the situation as well. I think the questions of language, geography, the body, and how the body moves, meaning the pressurization of our experience. You're talking about the pressurization of vision, which of course, the pressurization of our experience in a given geography, right? And that's exactly what you're saying with the garden and the language that's in us, in our body, we speak. And then there's a pressurization upon us from the external geography. These are the questions you're wrestling with, and what I'm moved by and excited by is I think they're the questions we're all wrestling with right now, in the circumstances we face. We are experiencing the pressurization of vision in relation to the geography, the changes in geography that have happened in the last months. And I find it stunning to imagine. I mean, so I'm a little eccentric. I'm imagining you sitting alone with the language and the bodies of the language and the bodies of the letters and your body and eyes and the speech. And it's kind of beautiful that you find yourself in enveloped, what's the word, like completely encompassed or enveloped in the experience, and that architecture becomes a way to navigate that, to find your way forward. I can't help it. I'm looking at, I love Emma, and I can't help it. I got to bring up Diane, and I got to bring up Michael Sorkin.
Yes, yeah, Diane.
Diane.
Yeah.
Look, these people fought their whole lives for the urban condition and the civic and what it means for people to be together and to be near each other and to find the language of what it means to be near each other. That's what Diane's life was about, and Michael's too. They're very different people, but they were sentinels of a certain kind of battle that I feel very lucky to have been involved in, and so as soon as you brought up I'm gonna say it. As soon as you brought up the language and the body of the language relative to the pressure of the eyes, I remembered an amazing moment with Diane where it's a long story, but she was fighting with someone. and Bernard Schumi. And she said, the end of it, I'm not going to tell the whole fight. The end of it was a stunning sentence I'll never forget. She said, but Bernard, architecture is the syntax that gets stuck in your throat. And I was like, oh my God, fucking beautiful stuff. And your language, when I was watching those letters and I was thinking about the pressure and the garden and the geography and the pressure we're all under. That's what I'm saying. You sit there and you fight for architecture alone in a room with your computer. It's stunning. It is the syntax that gets stuck in our throat. And I tell you, it's bizarrely moving to hear you share that work. And it brought up Diane for me immediately. Within minutes, I was thinking of her. So.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you.
I have to say.
But that's beautiful.
Could you say your name again?
My name is Tang Ruishang. It's hard to pronounce.
Tang.
Tang, yeah.
How tall is the physical wall of the garden? If I was on the street, would it be above my head?
Yes, it's very high. So this path now, the current path is very narrow because the wall is about 5 or 6 meters high.
And this garden was built over time. But your point of the analysis was the kind of original gesture of the garden was looking beyond its immediate confines to a temple that is located some distance away that would have been visible at the time. So it's looking beyond, like looking to a larger perspective in the like extending the site beyond. And how does that function with the kind of terms in which you present this? Because this is explicitly about the adjacency, like building on the structure of the garden in its immediate adjacency. But there must be something that you're also incorporating that has that ethos that speaks to the city at large and also integrates the idea that those conditions are likely to change given the nature of a city, and that does your project have the ability to also kind of shift with that? Because what I'm seeing about the path that you defined as the kind of scope of your project, and then it seems like you refined it to this immediate proximity to the wall. But there's also very interesting elements, like commercial land to be built suggests that will be changing in the near future. And then this main residential street that's coming off to the the east must have an component.
Here the north.
Yes, so the street that runs parallel to the wall that you've selected that says Main Street of residential area. Like all of these kind of features that are not, that are the parts of the city that aren't explicit to the garden. Did you also incorporate those in some fashion?
As I mentioned earlier, this path is actually about 4 or 5 meters wide.
Yes.
So I actually doing, we can see here, I actually put the road of the car aside, and then create a walking street for the passengers. And here, this is actually the I don't know how to express that. It's the future construction of the city. Now here is it is just a space that it is commercial space to be built. So, but in the future, here we'll have a shopping mall, and this area will all be the residential area. And so actually I canceled all the all the walls around here and makes it into a park to build a connection to the residential area.
Wait, you canceled the historic wall, or you mean the
historical wall?
Oh, so you removed the historical wall completely from this?
There is actually another background. This garden can be divided into 3 parts, and this part is almost everything is reconstructed. So I think it's better to make it into a park than to build a fake historical building. So I canceled this part wall.
So you're considering the material manipulatable, that it's not precious. It's not sacred. It can be touched.
I'm sorry. I'm a bit confused.
Well, let me ask you another question. So the building that was originally the axis that the garden was kind of looking at beyond, that you started your presentation with, that's like, what was that again?
Is this part?
Go back to the urban plan at the bottom left of your big.
It's the humble administrator's
garden.
Yeah.
The octagonal.
Yes,
thing.
the octagonal thing. Is that what the original?
That's a pagoda. Yeah, it's right here. It's a pagoda.
And so that's what the garden originally kind of had a gesture looking towards that pagoda, an implicit axis.
Yeah, there's some sort of, landscape referencing.
Correct.
External landscape referencing, yes.
So now that you have an elevated structure that's kind of like connecting these pieces, can you see the pagoda again from your new proposal?
Sorry, I didn't.
She tries to know, 你的这个新的这个项目能不能看到这个塔？
Oh, actually, in the perspective here, the last perspective, you will go back and see the tower again. This tower.
Ah.
So you see the tower in your perspective. That's what he means.
Interesting, because from the original, like the historic garden wall, you would see the little kind of these things peeking above, from the exterior looking in. So now this framing is quite lovely.
Yeah, he's got a lot of, lovely thresholds to look back to the garden and the city context.
So the pressure from the exterior to the structure, what is that like?
You mean from the city?
Yes.
From the city, what I want to show is the the scenery of the garden, and maybe you can see through, or just some vague penetration of the scenery, just like this. And here will be a commercial street in the future, so I think this is important to show the garden to the city, because it is not a private building now.
It's interesting because it's a linear, so then you can it's like the upside down condition of what the historic garden has, where you have a linear condition with little things peeking up, like you see the little rooftops, and here you've established a strong upper linear, and then your vertical circulation has the ability to peek down, like it's been wrote, So I think it could be played with more, like that strong horizontal, then these things that pop down could have more character, which would relate to your analysis of the kind of the Chinese characters and the syntax and the like kind of developing individuated strokes in the hand of the author, participating and becoming more idiosyncratic with the gesture of you know, the parts.
Thank you.
I always defend the idiosyncratic. I'm aligned with the idiosyncratic.
Was that it?
Okay. Any more? Any more comments, or we should move?
One thing.
Yes, Michael.
I can't go look at it now because the MoMA's closed, but you have to go look at Le Corbusier's elevation drawings of the Venice Hospital. They're about 30 feet long and 12 inches tall. And everything you're drawing in elevation here, I think you're exploring a lot of issues that people have been working through for a very long time. And I think it would benefit you, and you would enjoy looking at them because you have such a kinship with what he was looking at.
Yes, and within like a very compressed vertical, he's able to do some phenomenal things in that compressed section, and also with like how he brings light into the space.
I totally agree. Just and very briefly, I want to say that I think the fact that Michael brought that up is crucial, because deep underneath what you're wrestling with, it's the same thing that Corb was. It's the body, and in fact, you know, the hospital, the body in its fragility. You know, this is those elevations and those sections of that hospital. The most stunning thing about them is that you can sense the fragile body in architecture. I mean, it's like it's mind-boggling. Like, you know, it's like you can't make like a dotted line from how construction gets to fragility of the body without including that the drawing. Without including the drawing, you have to drawing those elevations, those sections. That's how all architects, they found the fragility of the body in the section, in the syntax of the architecture. And I think what Michael said about those, you really do. It's very close to what, I don't just mean visually close to it. I don't mean like design wise. I'm saying the question of the body, language, geography, and our humanity being actually able to manifest in architecture. Our humanity can manifest in our structures and in our spaces. And we've seen it. It's all there. The history of architecture. Look at the drawings. It's all there. Look at the last few hundred years of drawings show that it's possible for architecture to embrace our fragility. And architecture far exceeds the techne action adventure bullshit that people are trying to say it is today, to be honest. And that's why I think it's so stunning to go after the kind of thing of a garden of language that pressurizes the eyes. I mean, come on. It's like that's it. That's our question today. Literally today.
I think he asked the right question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. A stunningly beautiful question.
Yes.
And I think that both, I have to go back, I love that Emma wanted to know the height of the wall immediately, because that literally has to do with the body and the eyes, right? Like, what's the body, what's going on in the conversation between the body vision wall. That's, you know, that's the beginning of the story. You know, it's like, once upon a time, there was a body and a wall, you know, that's where it starts, you know? And I also think the point that the core point is key, because it's about, you know, medicine. I mean, you know, we were lucky. I'm gonna mess up years. It's hard for me to remember, but Selzer, were you guys students when Dr. Selzer was around? Dr. Richard Selzer, was he before you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing surgeon, a surgeon who John brought to teach architecture at Cooper. And, you know, Dr. Richard Selzer, find him. It's like seltzer, like the seltzer water, but there's no T. Seltzer without the T. He told me that one time. It's like seltzer without the T. And Seltzer was a surgeon who knew deep things. I mean, he practiced surgery his whole life. He wasn't like an abstract surgeon. He was a surgeon who cut bodies his whole life. And he knew about the body and organs and space. And he would come and give talks at Cooper. I've written a few essays about Selzer. So how the fragility of our embodied condition talks with our spaces, like that conversation between space and the body, it's crucial to architecture. And Selzer, there's an amazing book. Selzer wrote a book called, he wrote a number of books. By the way, Selzer didn't start writing until he was almost 50 years old.
Wow.
Like, he was just a practicing surgeon his whole life. And then he told me this. He comes from the same town I do. And he told me that he needed to write as he got older. So he wrote a book called The Exact Location of the Soul. And it's stories of surgery. It's literally like every chapter is a different organ of the body. It's like, you know, lungs and bone and liver, like each chapter. And it's all these unbelievable stories of fragility, of human fragility. And specifically in relation to space. The reason that John loved him and brought him to Cooper is he was always working on the fact that our bodily experience is inseparable from space. It's always in conversation with the space we're in. So he learned that in the surgery room. I mean, he's a very pragmatic poet. He learned in doing surgery that the space you're in and the precision of your cut, your section, he linked sections and cuts, is inseparable. That the human emotion is built through our conversation with the space we're in. And so he wrote stunning books about this. One's called The Exact Location of the Soul. The other's called Down from Troy. He was from Troy, New York, a town 5 miles from me. You know, he was from right down the road from where I am now. And it's stories of his youth in the street. He was a street kid. And he shares all these beautiful stories of what he learned in Troy, New York. Anyway, find Selzer, really.
Yes, we will take a look. So should we say congratulations to the students and move to the next?
Thank you.
Yes, congratulations. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next students. Beautiful comments. It's so nice to be back to class. It's like 10 years ago.
No, this is lovely. It's like night school. That was what Cooper was on, right? Like,
it really is.
Okay.
Day school, night school.
Oh, let's do the next student. Okay, you can present now.
Okay,
Mr. Zhou. Speak louder.
What is the name, Joe?
Mr. Joe.
Mr. Joe? And
Mr.
just so
Joe.
I understand, can
Can
you
you
wave?
wave?
Whoever is sharing work, I don't see.
Yeah, he's in the.
I'm sure it's just me.
Can you wave? Yeah.
Can you see
He's
me
in a
waving?
very
Oh, I
mysterious
see.
green
I'm
background.
stuck in my room, so.
Okay. You have a picture behind you.
So, well, now it's my turn. My name is Zhou Xiangfeng in Chinese. My name is written in Chinese, so it's too hard to pronounce in English. My surname is Zhou. So now it's my turn, like the partner who gave his presentation just now. The site I choose is in Suzhou, the city situated right adjacent to Shanghai and well known for its tremendous history and culture, especially the culture of traditional gardens. My case study is based on the most reputable garden, the humble administrator's garden, the space of which has been recognized as a classical example of chaos and topology. I am planning to locate my site right in the traditional block Panruxiang, one of the typical alleys in the urban context of Suzhou. The two blocks to the north and south of Panruxiang have been decorated respectively by the two gardens, the humble administrator's garden and the Lion Grove garden. In order to sew up the broken context of gardens which should have been possessed in each block of Suzhou, and to create an extension for the landscape of the existing gardens, I found a place among the crowded community and plan to make use of the alleys to it, so as to activate the whole block and gardenize the living environment of the neighborhood. The next images explain my spatial analysis of the humble administrator's garden. The plan of the humble administrator's garden has changed greatly during the long time of dynasties. Right now, the northern part of it, namely the main body of gardens, has been separated into three parts: the eastern part, the central part, and the western part. The southern houses, which were linked to the houses in Ming Dynasty, have also been reformed respectively into the Price Zhong Mansion in Qing Dynasty and Suzhou Museum in the past few years by Im Pei. The context of the Eastern Garden has been very different from the other two parts, so I may not include it while I talk about my research. In the spatial aesthetics of China, the term 不以景异 means that the view of the visitor changes while he wanders in the garden, so we will have numerous viewpoints in numerous pathways that may exist in the process of sightseeing. In fact, the pathways of the humble administrator's garden have been nearly unlimited, so that I cannot figure out each way. The way I analyze is one of which I consider the most typical. From 远香堂无处幽居 to 别有洞天 and 与谁同坐轩, I arrange each point of view on the way it could reach and find it surprising that there has existed a huge abundance of visual space in the garden. I abstract the way along with the visual experience during the trip from the garden and sketch an abstractive space model. I am planning to apply the complicated and fascinating space for views of visitors to my design later and create a mysterious and sensitive atmosphere which is characteristic of Chinese spatial quantities. Now, it's a part of my research on the Chinese calligraphy. I choose the character Fei, which means to fly in Chinese. I have done several dimensions of different directions, such as the composition structure and the gravitational shift. I express the gravity by means of magnetic lines and plan to project the character to 3D. I also study some parts such as order and disorder. So time and speed, but finally not so interested in them. eventually I started to compare the Islamic calligraphy with Chinese calligraphy in order to find out what is really unique to our art. The calligraphy I put here means Allahu Akbar in Arabic. So they are all composed of the same alphabets, but quite different in aesthetical composition. Because
what does Allah Akbar mean?
It means the
I can tell you.
The God of Islam. Okay, I'm not so.
It means God is great.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Allah Akbar.
I just know
Oh,
that
wow.
this is a religious term, but I don't know the typical meaning of it.
My wife is from Iran and she's a calligrapher, Persian calligrapher.
Oh, wow, nice.
Okay.
Persian, and so she does all of them. And by the way, I mean, sorry to interrupt you. Allah Akbar, Amrika, Setana Bazark is a very common expression. I don't know if anybody can even hear what that means. America, America, Satana Bazark, Satan, giant Satan. So that Allah Akbar is part of a chant that went on for many years in Iran.
Oh, I think I just know.
Allah Akbar, Satana Bazark. Anyway, so just had to share.
Yeah, nice. It sounds very sacred.
I'm just a freshman about the Islamic culture. I'm just analyzing the compositional structure of it. So. Compared to the Islamic calligraphy, however, the Chinese character, which has evolved from a pictographic symbol and naturally meaningful due to the compositional order of different strokes, cannot be deconstructed too much like the Islamic calligraphy. So I decided the key rules of Chinese calligraphy are the essence of composition. Okay. So now it's a main body of my analysis. First, I get started with the torsion of the coordination system the character is based on and make some models to explain my own ideas of space. But I find it not so related with calligraphy. So this is a model that originated from my analysis. So then I studied different scripts of the character. The character Fei, which means to fly in Chinese, and found myself most interested in the principle 记白当黑 in calligraphic composition, which means reckoning the void surrounding the character as space and the black body as partitions. I drew some flowing paths to I drew some flowing paths to model the fluidity in between the character. Next, I systemized the paths in 3D. Yes, the pictures on the right. In 3D and find it surely flowing. It is characteristic of fusiness, continuity, and mystery, which seems like the space of the humble administrator's garden. And then I materialized the space, even though later I find the potential of the space has not been embodied in this model. In the same way, I reverse the relations of the void and the body and drew the flowing. I reverse the relations of the void and the body of the character. The space looks dancing, flickering, and characteristic of traditional aesthetical taste of Chinese art. After getting the syntax from calligraphy, I returned. This model keeps the reverse relations. So then after this, I Then I get back to the review of the site. After getting the syntax from calligraphy, I return again to the garden I have analyzed. We can have a complicated experience of spaces in this garden, which may originate from verandas, slopes, walls, rockeries, or terraces. I try to rebuild them with my new syntax and surely generated some space like this. Somehow a little bit like the traditional ink painting. Yes, the space I generate with my new syntax. Then get back to the review of my site. I found out that the site I mentioned first was too small to lay out all the programs I need. So I make a new analysis again of the neighboring urban context. The traditional fabric of the street between Suzhou Museum, which was designed by M. Pei, and my site has been ruined in the recent years. So I want to implement the facade of my project to repair the street context. On the other hand, the previous site selection was found to have ignored the important canal of the old city. Maybe there are chances for me to create a project which could respond strongly to the canal sceneries. This idea naturally leads to a new site across the canal and directly combines the isolated community with the garden and the street in the north of it. So the picture on the left is the original site I mentioned at first, and the right is the new site. This new site suggests a more eccentric space compared to the enclosed traditional gardens such as my case study. So I decided to design an outward project, and which preserves the spatial features of the old garden and meanwhile coordinates well with the more open environment of the modern city. In the next stage, I got to make some program stacking and decided the general function arrangement. To the program plan, I applied my syntax and then generated a new plan where there have been some form expressions. The flowing plan seems to allow us to choose numerous pathways instead of placing any restrictions on the circulations. So this is the general circulation analysis in the space of my plan. Then I try to locate a forest of columns on the site, basically no door. The architecture I designed is this. Can you see the garden to the north is the Humboldt Administrator's Garden, and the smaller garden in the south is a 9-grove garden, and my architecture is right between them and across the Canal River. So at night, then I try to locate a forest of columns on the site. This elevation shows the forest of columns I just mentioned about. Basically, my architecture have no doors, no windows, and wind blows straight through the building. At night, people go through or stay directly on those transparent bridges across the river, and the boats sail slowly on the canal and float through beneath the bridge. The next images show the overall scenery of the courtyard in my project. I might say that the idea of it comes from a memory of mine when I was on my trip in Japan last autumn. Quiet courtyard, bamboo-like columns, ponds, and wood, which are also treasured in the aesthetics of traditional Chinese. Yeah. Okay, this is my analysis. Oh, can you hear me?
No. What's going on?
Oh, I'm just done with it.
You're done?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, that's it. You're done?
Yeah.
We expect more.
Well, no, it's just because you said that was my
Actually,
analysis.
Graham
It seemed like you were going to say something else.
He's going to be in the room. Yeah. Do you? Where should you? Is it?
Yeah, Ying, you're
breaking up.
Ying?
Can you turn to page 12? Residual model? I think it's disconnected. Oh, okay. Okay, he's right there. Okay, I think Professor Shame is already here.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
I just come in.
Oh yeah, yes, welcome.
Thank you. Sorry so late.
Oh.
Hey, Graham.
Hey.
Hello. We're all here. Do you see the camera?
It's fantastic.
Do you see everybody?
I have to do the participants.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I see the list. David, yeah.
Hey,
yeah. Hi.
Hello.
Where
It's
am
Oh,
Can you
gee.
see me?
Well,
Yes.
we did. Now we see something else. Like a grid? You see a grid?
Yeah, up in the left. There's usually the grid. Where is it? I don't know. I have to see.
Upper right. It's got to say like what? It's not speaker view. It's the other one. It's gallery view, I think.
Participants I can see.
Okay.
But I'm just going to relax. It's okay.
Yeah,
I just can't
right?
see David. Okay. Wow, what is this?
What a world. Welcome to the Zoom state of mind, Dave.
I know. It's been pretty serious.
Fucking Zoom state of mind.
Yeah. I don't know how to get gallery view. Hold on.
It says it on the top right. What does it say? Speaker view?
My one is an iPad. And so
I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, it doesn't. Don't worry about it.
iPad.
Do you see the little? Do you see yourself?
No, I can see. I can see you.
Oh, you can
and
see
I
me.
can see the screen.
Okay, then next to my image, there's a little icon. It's a person inside a square inside a. Oh, there's a plus.
The plus. Oh,
yeah,
got it.
Press on the plus. Yeah, you
now
see
I
everybody.
see myself as well. Whoa,
You
what a
can
mess.
Scroll
left through,
and right. Yeah.
And you can see everybody.
Oh my God, David. Yay. Ridiculous.
And
is Michael here?
Yes, Michael, Emma.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
They're also with their I don't know, something in their bottle, in their glass. They claim it's coffee. We don't know.
Oh, they claim, right.
Yes.
Oh, amazing.
So let's see.
Graham, where are you? Sorry to interrupt. Are you up here? Are you okay?
Yeah, I am. I'm in Cambridge, New York, just an hour away from you.
Yeah. I'm up here too, obviously. We all moved up here.
It's the only safe place. My daughter's in the top of the barn, and my son has a house in Hoosick Falls, and the other son's in our apartment in New York. It's a mess.
Oh, shit. Wow. Yeah, I brought my whole family up here. I got both kids up here. We're We got out about 3 weeks ago.
Me too. It was midterm break.
Yeah, exactly.
Might have been on the same train, David. No, just kidding.
Wouldn't be the first time, Graham.
I know.
Wow. I'm glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you too. And this is amazing that we link via Beijing.
It's amazing.
Right. It's amazing.
And I'm sorry to everybody here, but Graham, we got to have a little toast for Michael.
Oh, I know.
Holy shit.
It's so sad. Yeah. I have to write an obit for him over the weekend for London. And they want me to write about him as an architect. Interesting, eh?
What are they thinking?
Yeah.
But honestly, Graham, it's unbelievable. I saw him, I think you were there. We saw him maybe 2 months ago in the Great Hall. We did this thing. Yeah.
Well, you want to know something?
Emma, were you there when the archive released the...
Yes.
The archive released the online stuff.
And he was there?
Yeah, we were on a panel together. We talked in the Great Hall on the stage, and we had a blast.
Yeah, I was in the audience. Yeah. And then I went to his office with a friend from Turkey who wanted to meet him and saw him before Christmas. And then we were supposed to have our semi-annual lunch in midterm break, and I canceled it. I was supposed to see him on the Wednesday. He died a week later. I canceled it to come upstate because it was just like, this is crazy. And we said, oh, see you when I come back. So that was.
I got an email from him like right after that, the Great Hall thing. And he, of course, he was like martinis and, books.
Yeah.
And I didn't see him because I was running around, and then I had to come up here. Like it was like everything was nuts, and then he's fucking gone. I can't believe it.
I couldn't believe it. I was so upset. It was Thursday morning. I heard about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, but he would want us to fight on, right?
Absolutely. I was talking about it earlier. Fighting like fighting for the civic life.
Yeah, and what a great man. And,
anyway, I didn't make
yeah.
so emotional right up front, but it's the truth. It's where we're at. No?
It's terrible. I was thinking about him, David, I'm going to go on for a little bit. I was thinking about when he actually started making projects around 1990, he suddenly decided, I'm going to be an architect. And,
I remember. Yeah,
and
I know.
He made these buildings. Do you remember where Riverside South is now, and Trump owned the land there, where he had the rights to the old rail yards? And he made these carriages for the homeless, where they could build out all these pop-up things and fold out terraces. And it was like a kind of giant airstream with these silver carriages that the homeless could go and live in the freight yard there. It's an unbelievable thing.
It's amazing.
And that was one of his first projects, Yeah.
No, I absolutely remember it. And I remember he was teaching thesis at Cooper.
Yep.
In a certain period in the late 80s, he had, and it's weird because John never liked to separate out thesis. Thesis was always one group, but on occasion, it would be like the thesis was one group, and Michael would have like 8 students. Like he would have his own little group of thesis. Yeah. And that was when he was doing that.
Well, when he left Cooper, he introduced me. Well, I already knew John, but he was the one who promoted me for the job to do the history course in 4th year.
Yeah.
So I owe him a huge debt. That started in 91.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Wow.
So, no, it must have been before that.
No, it was before that. It was in like 89.
Somewhere in the 80s. Yeah. Because I lasted 20 years. Yeah.
We're going to turn to the future in a second, but come on, Graham. I mean, that was a fucking time, right? I mean, we had.
It's terrible to say it, but we're having great times now too.
Yeah.
It's the new world coming.
Yeah.
Who would have thunk it, you know, as they say. Oh, God. It's terrible.
But you know what's amazing is the young people are so intense. They're so dedicated. I find that, you know, everywhere I go.
It's inspiration. It's inspirational.
It is stunning. And they're facing hard odds. I mean, honestly, it is harder for the youth today than it was for us. Honestly, it's harder.
All my kids are unemployed. Everyone. It doesn't matter how many degrees they have, unemployed. You know? Yeah. But they're resilient. They'll bounce back.
Yeah.
But it's still weird time.
Totally.
Massive recession coming. Yeah.
Oh.
So.
All right. We're gonna shut up now and
listen. Sorry, Emma.
Now all of the people that don't have beards.
We need to have some beer at the same time.
Joe, what interests me about your project is that you are you've identified, like, made 2 sites, and you're spanning them and integrating the infrastructure of the city, both in terms of the streets and the waterway system, and redefining that as a park. So I'm like, all of the kind of, you know, water features that you find in the garden that are the stoic ponds, like, you've taken the infrastructure of the city and brought that into that language. And I think that's a very interesting approach. The other thing that I found very provocative about your presentation was one of the very early analysis of the character, where you took To Fly, and you started to imagine it in 3 dimensions. And it's this kind of axonometric drawing that's earlier than these. Scroll upwards. Scroll upwards. Prior to these. That.
Yeah.
These. Like the ones on the back. Go down. Or, no, wait. You had it for a second. They're on.
Oh, Emma, do you have good sense of direction when you're driving?
Brilliant. I always drive off the but these are fabulous. Fabulously wonderful, and they have a kind of reactive, like a gut reaction to the meaning of the character. To take something that means to fly and essentially, I mean, that's like what Gersten was talking about earlier with Seltzer and the organs. You've turned it into this organ that looks like it's been pinned and penetrated with these sticks. Like you're pinning it down and taking something that's mobile and making it inert. You know, there's a real like violence, but like spatial, like excitement to these drawings. And like these 2 components of what you kind of identified as like these are the 2 kind of things of your project that really interest me. Bringing the city infrastructure into the program of a garden kind of spanning these 2, and then this set of drawings. And I think what the final proposal is kind of missing is some of the velocity of what this could offer in terms of like a very strong gesture. Because it sort of evaporates in the final, it flattens out in the final proposal. Like it becomes the ephemeral.
Right, we were trying to push him to to diversify the roof and the path inside. But at the end, it was really difficult for the students to manipulate the surface. So it was hard fun for him.
Oriented, where this suggests a different approach, perhaps.
Yeah, like there's a possibility that I wouldn't take this just as an analysis, that it's also a drawing that you can look at as an architectural thing. It has really specific elements that are interacting in a very specific way, particularly the two elevational drawings as opposed to the one where you can recognize the character.
Yeah.
And those have a really specific relationship to a frame and a ground, which seems to me to be the two primary components that you're dealing with urbanistically. So I think there's a lot of ways that you could take what you're doing here into your project, as opposed to trying to retranslate it into, say, more conventional architectural elements.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think he has a pretty rich project that, he can take in many other ways. This project got to somewhere is on page number 9. Maybe you can turn to page number 9. That he actually trying to, he actually trying to have a new kind of syntax. I don't read this as a 3D diagram. I read it as, architecture syntax, as a plan, actually. And I think this drawing brings a lot of possibilities. And so as the previous one that you guys mentioned. So I think it's an exciting project that he can go many other ways. Oh, are we disconnected? Hello? Hello?
I can hear.
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
yeah, we are back.
We're back. Are we back? Okay, good. What about our dear Professor David, the two Davids?
Well, I didn't see the presentation, so it's really hard for me. And I don't expect him to do it again. But looking at that drawing that you just had of the calligraphy, that was really interesting to me, and how you're going to translate that into architecture. It seems like there's a problem, and the way in which he was trying to translate it into a grid and frame it, and I don't know how that works. I think I should keep quiet, but I was really thinking about the old Chinese system of divination as well as calligraphy, where you have the 64 symbols that combine and recombine. And that figure, if you go back to that original, the where you went back before, to, I don't know what number it was when someone was asking you. The gestural figure, yeah. That's amazing, because he's starting to split it into the grid and tile it. I don't know what the process was, but and then I see down on the right, in the middle thing, graphic formulas that are sort of recognized from calligraphy, but also from the divination process of when the emperor stuck the hot poker into the tortoise shell and it split, which was the origin of a lot of this calligraphy. So the energy flows through that gesture. And I don't know, then I see it going into the computer rendering, and then I hear someone saying, it's lost something. And yeah, I can believe it. It's going to be, I don't know the site. I can't really say anything. I can only talk to this figure that is amazing looking at it. When I saw the site go by, it did have a kind of channel in it and then fields on either side. So maybe you could read that into this figure. I don't know. I'm going to shut up now. David.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah, it's difficult to communicate through this way.
I need a tiny bit of technical help because I can't. I see Graham and Emma and Michael and Ying, but I can't see the student. I don't know how to find the.
I can't see him either, but it's yeah.
I think it's turned off. Can you turn on your camera? 周向峰，打开你的摄像头啊。
I'm here.
He's on right now. Can you wave?
Oh, I see.
Green.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't want to, you know, make it. I don't want to cause a problem or something. It's just when I think about somebody, it's
no, I agree. You have to see the author.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah.
Face.
So can you do me a favor and go back to the very first images you showed of the calligraphy? Okay, wait, don't move. I gotta wait. I'm gonna make this bigger. It's all bigger now, and I can do that. Okay, and now go down. You had Allahu Akbar. I'm not gonna go crazy about that. I just wanted to.
But he's mapping them onto the grid.
Yeah,
right.
Maybe he can flip through his project. Yeah. He can flip through.
No, the reason I wanted to go back to the, I've spent a lot of time with Persian calligraphy and Arabic, and and there's something kind of stunning about the potential. You see, when Persian calligraphers we've done projects up here at ALN with my wife's calligraphy, amazing. Like for him, there was a direct relationship between, in Farsi they call it khat. It means mark. It's like making marks. Mm-hmm. And for his name is Sina. For Sina, that's a terrible drawing. Okay, but it's embarrassing. But